wow. Sorry, I initiated the wow procedure and fucking forgot. I didn't have VTube Studios started. I didn't even have it started, much less like up and running. Anyway, hi, how you doing? How you feeling? How you living? How you fucking doing out there? Keeping it tight? We're keeping it tight out there, gang? That's a thing I say, apparently. Keeping it high and tight. Keeping it right tight and right and tight. How we doing? I got him dying. That's unfortunate. I hope you don't die. Let's get to the daily business, shall we? Nikita's us grabbing that gold medal with first place. Body Move with a second, a third, and then Hellcat was second. Okay, interesting. Seems like there's a little bit of a hanky-panky with the order of redeems. That's all right. We got some prayers to go, if you don't mind. Hellcat 1115 was 72 prayers to go. MRP, top of those triple digits with 104. Botany Moon 122, well in there. Well, close to 120, 125. The centennial and a quarter. Suki Dai Suki Kurai with 55. Another palindromic entry into the series. Grim Devo, unprecedented 198. Almost 200, folks. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Almost 200 from my lovely wife and moderator, Crypto and editor. Lovely wife and editor, Crypto as a Riru, 161 times impressive. Ella Blossoms was 16. Well, you're missing a digit from Esus, but not bad. God, I hope this isn't it. I'm so sorry if this is annoying. Isaac Slade with 44. Absolutely outstanding. Essenarier on a 155 streak. You'll love to see it. And Wiggy Mental Smoke Space with your second prayer to the goat. I think I saw an Azrael's Iron Fist. Hell yeah, with 144 prayers. Hooray, my friend. I couldn't quite catch it due to timing, but I did enjoy your bits and pieces of your collab yesterday. That looked like y'all were having a lot of fun, so I'm glad you're all able to have a good time over there. Pre-roll. Yeah, I forgot to run the ad. I'm sorry. Hey guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway. Ba-da-la-da-da-do. Ba-bum-ba-dum. Do-do. Ba-da-da-da-da. I gotta turn up for this bit. So good. Oh, meow. Did you catch that, Stormy? She is yelling like a champ over there. Hi. Is there any way I could convince you not to yell? That'd be super cool. I don't think there is. I don't think there's anything I can do to stop Stormy, the lovely squirrel kitty, from yelling. I just don't think there's a damn thing I can do. Well, yes, welcome in everyone. Thank you for the rare Poke gift to everybody. Isaac is late. Love to see it. Mood Mint. I don't know what the hell that is, but it seems awesome. Crypt also on a 155 stream streak. You're both on a 155 stream streak is crazy. That's who I know you've been busy lately. I hope work is going okay. Hope they're treating you right. It's been 84 years. It certainly feels that way. Excuse me, where does Dialga come from? I don't know. Oh, there you go. There go the gifts. There go the gifts. All right, hey everybody, how we doing? Truly, how we doing? How we feeling? How we living? How we? My brain always stops halfway through certain phrases in my head. So what my brain keeps doing is going, "How we fucking?" And that's not, I don't really want to know how you're fucking. So I don't know why my brain is doing that. No offense. How we fucking, I mean, I do care how you specifically are fucking, but nobody else. Like that's important to me. Catnip toys. Yeah, not Stormy. Stormy's never really liked catnip, I don't think. Not to my knowledge. By the way, I just saw your Blue Sky post about how you hate AI as well, you know, Crypt, and that's the thing. You can't just hate AI. You got to be like specifically mean to people who do like AI. You got to be mean to them personally. That's how you get added to block lists on Blue Sky. And I got to tell you, it's the best thing ever. That's some crazy favoritism. She's my wife. She's my wife. She's my wife. What do you mean favoritism? Getting accused of fucking favoritism over here. I tell you what. Chaos Biblical with your fourth prayer to the goat. Hooray! Welcome in, buddy. I'm Goat's favorite. You are. You are my favorite. You're also in charge of the boat. And I'm the morale officer, so like... Listen, we gotta keep the captain happy, you know what I mean? And that's kind of my job. We're to eat Goat's favorites. Good luck. Good luck. If your spouse is not your favorite, you're doing it wrong. I agree. I agree with that. Thanks, I'll need it. You certainly will. All right, let's jump over to the... Let's go ahead and jump over to the Weather Channel. Fucking Final Fantasy VII, like in Midgar music, ass music. Oh, wow, 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 wow. God damn, this is an upbeat, jazzy version of the Daily Go Formations. With me talking goat, yeah. Stormy, if you don't stop yelling, I'm gonna pet you. You understand? Don't stop yelling. I swear to God, I'm gonna pet you. Yeah? It's a baby. Maybe she just wants attention. No, she thinks she's gonna get extra wet food. But even though she already got extra wet food this morning, she's the only one that gets wet food twice a day. Because we're trying to get her poops to be less horrible, but you know... It's all good. All right. This is the Daily Go Special. Please talk goat. Welcome in. In case you are new here, which nobody is, so you all know the deal. Let's do this. I am a good person. God damn it. Abu da 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 da. Skibidi ba 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 ba. Skibap. Badu. Skababa ba 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 do. Erika Badu. Skibap. I deserve to feel good about myself. Skabidi beep ba 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 do do do. Ba ba da da. Sabubidi ba do ba do. Zap zap away. No one is mad at me, and if they are, fuck them. Oh no, Agile. Son of a bitch. Ghost Pepper in Discord. Oh, that's like. Oh no, that looks like that plushie is in pain. It looks like the plushie has like an eternal flame on its head and it's not happy about it. Well, ads should be over sometime soon. Let me just scat you to. By the way, the reason the stream title is Hot Lizard People Taking Naps in Your Area, I popped into Izumi 17's stream last night just to say hi. And she told me that she was in stream yesterday, but stopped responding because she fell asleep. Because the stream was so chill, she took an unexpected nap to the sound of my mellifluous tones. Which I thought was so cute that I figured I would make it the stream title today. So. If I'm so immaculate you pass out, that's the Talking Goat guarantee. Stormy, why are you just yelling about everything? I can pet you. Do you want pets? Do you want pets, my darling? I'll give you pets, my darling. Pets for your baby. Thank you. With your pet? You know what? Do we have dry treats somewhere? I might be able to toss her some dry treats and shut her up. I may be doing that because it's 3:30 in the morning. Chaos, where do you live? Estonia? 3:30 in the morning. That's like... So that's got to be... I mean, that's got to be... I was going to say Australia or New Zealand. Yeah, that's got to be. She simply will not stop. I mean, it's not that annoying, but it's funny. She just won't stop screaming at me. Stormy used to do this thing. She doesn't do it anymore, but she used to do this thing where she would scream until I would pet her while she ate wet or dry food. Just trying to do a reset. Just trying to reset the kitty. Yes, Monet, thank you for your 6th prayer to the goat. Hooray! Welcome on in. Damn, one away from lucky number 7. Kaneko-chan, 61. One away from lucky number 62. Got you tabbed lovely. Absolutely love that. Thank you, Miss Monet. Miss Monet, another lovely streamer friend. Oh, dear God. I got an egg. Chaos got a stone. Everybody got this one. Love it. All right, we're back from ads. Let's keep going. This song is less, like, scat friendly, so I can't zibba-doobop wee as well, which is unfortunate. I would not allow capitalism to define my worth, my net worth. I will not allow capitalism to define my worth as my net worth. Okay? A sheepor? Sheepor baby? Slapdick, thank you for the lurk, my friend. Thank you for the lurk, my friend. Lurk, my friend. I will survive if for no other reason than out of spite for those who wish me dead. It's technically singing even if you do it on 1 or 2 notes. Yep, this is how Gregorian monks sounded when they did their chants. I can't think of a single chant. I used to study this shit. I can't think of a single chant. Gregorian chant lyrics. I got one. Wait. Yeah. Sacris solemnis iuncta sint gaudia et ex precodis sonet preconia. Decedant vetera, nova sint omnia. God voces et opera. What? What? You don't like my...
I never said that.
You don't like my rendition of Sacris Solemnis? Hey, Abel Orion, welcome in. What's up, Blue Sky Buddy? I don't know if you know this, but I'm a beautiful person and I am worthy of love and support. So give me it. Give me love and support. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Give him time to repair. I'm unstoppable. Like our favorite man, Bat. Batman. I am an artist. My voice is unique and worth sharing. Beery, my cat is complaining he's cold. Don't say that, goat. My first instinct was to say, warm that pussy up! Because there's something deeply wrong with my brain. Speaking of which, I am extremely fuckable. Woo! White girl. I'm extremely fuckable. Woo! Hey, Shadow, welcome out in. How you doing, pal? Your prayers have gotten answered 11 times. Hooray. He was shoving his face in my shirt. Aw. I used to put Shadow in my shirt sometimes. I should do that again, actually. Finally, everybody, make sure you say, if you don't say any of the other ones, make sure you say this one to yourself, okay? I like who I am. And to my haters, eat shit and die. Thank you. His nose is cold. You got a cold nose. Oh, nose. Oh, nose. What am I reading? That just now? Those are the daily goat formations. We do that every day at the beginning of stream. We say some nice, you know, I think humorous, normal things. Listen, if you can't hype yourself up by telling yourself you're fuckable, I don't know what to do for you. You got to be able to hype yourself up, okay? It's super important. And yes, we listen to the Weather Channel playlist. Yes, we do that. Because who doesn't like a little smooth mall jazz when they're saying how fuckable they are. Let's get into the fucking writing scene. Oh, I forgot my cup was gonna be crazy in the way. A boo doo 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 ba doo 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 doo. All right, we're here. We're queer. Let's get to writing. You know what I might do actually first? First of all, I gotta get the My Head is Empty playlist on because that's the one that actually helps my brain think gooder. In the meantime, I needed to put an order in for a couple of things. So instead of putting it off for the next 400 years like I usually do, I'm going to go ahead and do it now. All right. Miss Monet, thank you for your 5-stream streak. I never get to share my streaks because I'm the few people I have them with, I'm always on mobile somehow whenever I check in, and then it goes, oops, it's broken. A multi-billion-dollar company, teehee, we can't figure out how to let you share streaks on mobile. Teehee. Teehee, says Twitch, because you're in the room.
I'm not fit.
Oh, yeah. Anyway. Thank you for the lurk, Nickel. Hello. Hello. How are you? Oh, this music is surreal. I love it. Yeah, so this is a playlist, actually. It's a public playlist. I just call it My Head is Empty, even though... So My Head is Empty is my favorite ambient sort of music artist. It's not truly ambient, but it's damn close. And that's what I need, is like close to ambient. It's not melodic, really. There's no like beat to it. So it is ambient, but it's not so ambient that you completely lose it. It has to have something to it. I always have to reset my app to share streaks on mobile. It just never works for me no matter what I do. But this playlist is like a bunch of similar artists to My Head is Empty that it all sounds similar enough that you almost certainly won't notice the difference when it changes artists. But the problem is, so there was in 2024, I think I was the #1 listener of My Head is Empty on Spotify because they're a relatively like niche artist. And my wrap up was like, "You're the #1 listener by a wide margin for this artist," because I would just listen to it for like 8 hours a day while I was doing other stuff sometimes. So I made this playlist. But yeah, I tell you what, let's get that pre-roll off for a little longer. I'm gonna go hit the restroom and have a little stretch, and I'll be right back. And then we will send this silly order and then get into writing. All right, one moment. All right, sorry, one more sec. I gotta stretch you guys right there. Okay, here, if I put some in this bowl, will this help? Do you both bowls? You didn't used to have two bowls. Is this like a psychological thing? Is that really what it is? Is that all it is, really? Okay. Kind of similar but harsher. Is it all lowercase? My head is empty. I don't know. I haven't looked them up on YouTube. I just use them on listen to them on Spotify. Thanks everybody for hanging out through the ads, by the way, and for being so very sweet and joining me for this writing journey that I'm on. Appreciate you. Stretchful. I just stretched. Fine. Fine. Okay? Fine. I shall stretch. Fine. Meow. Meow. Oh, it wasn't that? What do you want? I think, okay, here's the true story. First of all, hydrate and posture check. Absolutely. Here we go. Okay, big hydrate. Posture check is fair. Pop my back, baby. Pop my back. Ooh, I can't seem to pop my back. Okay, interesting. And then stretch as well. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what, I'll do a full back stretch because it is weird back there for some reason. But thank you, Pixie Destruction. Welcome in, Pixie Destruction. Stormy, you want to help me stretch? You want to help me stretch, my darling? Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Oh, my. Oh. Oh, good lord. Ugh. Ugh. I really got to start doing like multiple of those a day, like many sun salutations a day. I really should. Ready to go back to sleep? Okay. Oh no, my wife. What are we supposed to be doing today? What are we supposed to do today? I wrote down a list of things I wanted to work on. What are we supposed to be doing today? What are we supposed to be doing today? I just finished making cookies. I also you could eat my cookies. Also you could eat my cookies. We'll do these. Let's change up the activity, shall we? I'll go to the fireplace and play with the little guy. Look, hey, look at that. He's a little tomato. That's not a tomato. That's a potato. No, it's not a potato. That's a pumpkin. He's a little gourd warrior. Confirm this. Thank you for the burp. Confirm that the same because they started more intense songs for the channel. I didn't know they had more intense songs. Well, the story of the artist is also pretty sad. They have MS. And they just like jam out tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of ambient music. Like truly if you wanted to just listen to My Head Is Empty, I mean, just for so many hours you could, and it's all awesome ambient music. So kind of sad. It truly is like the music of someone who is really contemplating life for very good reason. So, you know, kind of a bummer. Okay. So we need to be a little more than 6 hours. Oh, that's okay. Here, Deketas, I'll tell you what. I was gonna start with Mooney's thing, but let me pop through like some of the changes that I've made in the last couple of days real quick, so you can go to sleep. Okay. Let me give you the sort of Cliff's notes here. So, basically, I've reoriented myself with what I want the grid to be, but specifically also the Nadras. They are. I had to stop and put the last of the batter in the fridge because I'm making cookies for 6 hours. Yeah, is that a lot of cookies, or is that like one batch and you're just super taking your time? Because that is also okay if that's the case, but damn. But anyway, so here's how it's gonna go down. Stormy, please stop yelling, my dear, my darling. What the fuck? Oh, you stepped on my phone. You stepped on my phone and turned on. How did you turn on speech to text? How did you manage to do that? Silly Goral. You want to say hi to chat? No, you just want to yell at the door? There's not going to be wet food out there, fool. The only thing that's out there is a dog. You want to go hang out with the dog? Okay, so anyway, yes. So the Nadraz, it's not really even big changes. It's mostly just like clarifying things that I've been waffling about for a while. So it's more like, okay. Also, I feel like so close. Second. Oh, whoops. Thank you. Yeah, I accidentally pressed my sad eyes toggle when I was doing something else. So basically, the short version is Stormy. I'm not going to be able to think if you keep yelling like this all day, baby. It's every 2 seconds with you. I love you. What do you want? What do you want? Can't have more wet food. You simply can't. I know I love you too. I love you too, baby. Please stop yelling. Please? I beg you. Hey, Pixie, why? Is that for a bake sale or something? She won't stop yelling. I've petted her. I've put more food down. I've petted her again and again and again and again and again. She just won't stop yelling. I don't know what it is. I think it's the change in like routine or something. Here's Stormy, by the way. Here's the squirrel princess herself. Whoa! Anyway, so okay, so here's quick changes. The Nadraz are now, that's the name of the organization that they are. It's not like what they are. So the dragon's name is now Zarath. They are the Zarathin, but then they make it like the Zarathin Empire when they start dealing with humans. So to differentiate themselves, they call themselves the Nadraz. And that's how they like differentiate themselves. So when I say Nadraz, I'm referring to them specifically as the shadowy cabal that sort of runs the empire. No, she's going to start yelling the second you leave, I promise.
I just need one.
I did that for a long time. I petted, I don't know if you heard it, but I leaned away from the mic and did this for a long time. So that, but that's like a text, like a nomenclature thing. What else? Oh yeah, they're limited to void magic only. They can't do any other kind of magic. So they're reliant on mortals / humans for any way to interact with the world, with the reality magically that isn't total destruction of whatever they're dealing with. So they are, in a lot of ways, very heavily reliant on their subjects, the people they lord over. And here's another thing, they do not get more powerful over time from feeding. It's just like consuming food for them. So they're not like, kind of Vampire the Masquerade vampires or anything. They're just because they're old doesn't mean they're powerful. Like they might get better at using void magic, kind of, but there's only so much you can do with a force that inherently obliterates everything it touches from reality. And you can't like put any kind of spin on it. You can't, there's nothing you can really do. So there's that. I'm working on drumming up a timeline of. Are you serious? She's actually done after that? But she wanted you to pet her while she ate. Because I did that and it didn't work. She's going to start yelling again. She's going to start yelling again. I can feel it. Where'd you go, Stormy? Hello. What you doing? Yeah, I think she just wants pets from mama and nothing else will do. Damn, people getting eggs like crazy. It must be the event weekend. So many eggs lately. Void magic is exclusively interesting, very interesting for great magic for with void magic use cases so far as on the destruction of storage, say those to Tim removal and batter. I haven't gotten that far into excuse me. I haven't gotten that far into the specifics of their magic and stuff quite yet. I'm more like just getting kind of their history. There's also certain aspects of magic that I'm simply not going to ever explain if it serves the story and doesn't make sense. You know, Easter event so egg. I mean, that's what I thought. I'm just surprised it's such a high rate. I think it's just because it's like it's a form, in my mind it's a form of void energy that is so pure and undiluted because they literally can't use any other like frequency or wavelength of magic, that it is super powerful, but it's very one note. Like it basically just destroys stuff, you know, in whatever fashion that will make the most sense. To be in game, not book. Yeah, and that's the thing is I have explained magic for this setting, but like there are still going to be aspects of it that will be mysterious on purpose because there needs to be some kind of mysticism to the whole thing, or what's the point in my mind of it being fantasy, right? If you explain, here's my thing, if you explain literally every aspect of it, it becomes more like science fiction to me. Or it's more like, yeah, there's magic, but we completely understand it, all the physics of it, everything top to bottom, and here's what it is. You know, that's kind of like, I don't know, it takes the mystery out of it in my mind. So I have explained like a lot of it. I would say a lot of it in the notes, but not all of it. Same kind of vibe as midi-chlorians. Chaos, get out. Get the fuck out of my stream and never return. How dare you? It's not it. No. First of all. Second of all, how dare you? That is, you just got 2 strikes. You had 0, now you got 2. Don't you ever compare anything that I write to fucking Star Wars prequels. Don't you ever. I will defenestrate you. Do you understand me? Do you know what that word means? I will throw you through a goddamn window. Oh, I was just saying explaining the magic was bullshit as midi-chlorian. I'm sorry, no, come back, I'm sorry. Come back, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm apologizing. Look, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't go nowhere. I need you. Okay, I forgive you. I misunderstood. I thought you were saying my magic was like midi-chlorians, and I was like, how? But I get it now. Nope, too late. Sad. All right, don't milk it. The anger. Yeah, you could see. This is how I talk all the time. That's why I think hand cam is good for me, because I'm always doing this with my hands. And while I'm talking, I'm always like as if there were a camera there, so this works, you know? I do I wish I had a better angle for it, but I just don't. Mamma mia. Why you compare my shit to Star Wars? Ah, what are you doing? Pasta fagioli. Agabagoo. So Isaac says EU Star Wars, which I completely agree with. Madamada says, what's wrong with Star Wars prequels? You know, I zoom in so much, I might have to, but like it covers the whole screen. What am I going to do with these fucking stream avatars? I don't know what to do with them. Should I just keep them on the bottom? Because that's kind of pissing me off when I zoom in and you're all like pimples on my face. I don't love that. But yeah, what's wrong with Star Wars prequels? I mean, listen, I loved Star Wars as a child because it's for children. And it always has been, right? It's simply the hero's journey with a bunch of like cherry-picked aspects of different cultures and stories and stuff kind of tacked on. I have nostalgia for it as well because, you know, I remember it being a lot better than it was. You go back and watch it now, oh my god, there's a lot of problems, but you know, like it's not even science fiction. It never was. It's fantasy. They just have spaceships, but it's all fantasy. Because you know, science fiction is about like a speculative future, and Star Wars is specifically set in the anyway. Well, I know speculative fiction. I'm getting lost in the sauce. I don't like the prequels. I don't like what I think George Lucas needed a story editor to rein him in because his decisions were horrific. Horrific. If you need George Lucas to like populate a scene with visually interesting aliens, have at it, Haas. You want him to write your movie for you? Get out of here. Like, love what he's done for culture, but holy fuck, he's one of the worst writers I've ever. I've read the drafts. It's so bad. It's so bad. Anyway, I could go on and on about that for hours. I really just want to finish this Mooney thing like real quick. It's only going to take like 2 minutes. So let me do this real quick. In fact, let's start the clock. I'm going to give myself 15 minutes to do this and then send this off to Crypt because it should not take nearly that long. Crypt is correct on that. Okay. So what I've done is basically I'm doing 2 different versions of the Mooney lore. I'm doing one that is just as it is, and I think that one's done and basically ready to go. And then the other one, I'm cutting out the whole section in the middle with the soldier because technically it's not necessary for the rest of the piece. And if she wants a shorter, more digestible version, which is still almost 2,000 words, you know, it'll be easier. So I deleted that from one of these versions, and I'm just sort of I want to work on the transition. Basically, just need to change like one word. So, the cemetery sighed a susurrus of swaying tree boughs and vine leaves as it shook itself awake. The dreamer awakened as the soldier crossed the boundary of her domain. I almost don't even love the idea of saying that the cemetery is shaking itself awake in the first place, because that's, I haven't really personified it as being separate from Mooney, because the whole thing is that the cemetery is kind of an extension of Mooney, physically and of her will, physically to an extent, but mostly of her will. So, saying that it shakes itself awake may not be like the most consistent thing in the world. Maybe I just delete that sentence? It's pretty, but the games and the books. No, so here's the thing. Star Wars, as it is just the movies, the lore is kind of ass. It's pretty ass. This is from my playlist. This is by Miles Zaidi. Miles Zaidi. I'm not really sure how to say this. It's called A Wistful Memory from the My Head is Empty playlist. But do you guys want me to link the playlist in Discord? I can do that. I believe it's public. There you go. Never Zelda Imagundi. I was gonna say, and I got distracted by the Star Wars bit. Void energy concepts in particular is a big reminds me of the OC died yen drop for me. Oh, interesting. All right. All right. Okay, I tell you what, this is like there's a repeated word, but I'm not really sure how to fix it here. So I'm gonna go ahead and send both versions to Crypt and have her look those over, and then we will get back into the, because I wanted to knock that out real quick, and then excuse me, we'll get back into the Extant Worlds stuff. I'll see if I can help. I'm sure it is, but I wanted to get it done like real quick and just kick it over to you. See if it still flows. Okay. Just exporting these now. Eggs for days, son. Eggs for days, son. All right, Crypt, I've sent those over to you. Now, let's pop into the extant lore. The thing is, they've always been like void energy themed because they are literally the creations. So that's something that kind of has changed fundamentally about the Nadraz lore, is that in the first iterations, up until a couple days ago, they were actually sort of the children of the Nadraz dragon. So creation and void each let a single tear fall to the planet. And the main, like when the big tear impacts the world, it creates Zarath and Nadraz. Now, when a big glop of water hits something, it's going to splash a ton of little droplets around, right? So essentially that big tear those big tears hit the world, and then all the little micro splashes around it, like as it kind of splashed down, those little tiny droplets, relatively, because they were still the size of, a person, those micro droplets all hit the ground and became the Nadrazin and the Zarathin. So they are functionally exactly the same as their sort of, godly demigod dragon counterparts. They're just smaller, less powerful versions. You know what I mean? Because they are the micro droplets that cascaded off as the main drop hit, as the dragon was born. So the Nadrazin basically, and it's not good versus bad, it's creation versus void. Like one is sort of light and creation and energy and that sort of thing, but it's like too much. It's like the searing light of creation. And then you have the void, which is like the nothingness and destruction of what exists. Which is neither is inherently good or evil. Jucifer, hey, thank you for your 11th prayer to the goat. Nice palindromic prayer. Let's see if it helped. Oh, unanswered. That sucks. Sorry. Wish I could help you, really do. What you doing, Shadow? What you doing, Shadow? Is it baby? What you, baby? Hey, yo. Hi. Damn, maybe next time. Yeah. I think you're getting there. I think you got a good chance. Anyway. Is as good as a healthy balance. Well, so that's the thing, is like these are like, okay, so void and creation, again, sort of canonically, the reason that they make the entire planet, because they make the whole planet from scratch. They just like very much in the style, hi Shadow. Hi buddy. Would you like some attention? Shadow, would you like some attention, buddy? So the so distracting, baby. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so the whole reason they make the planet and create these dragons and do all this stuff is they're bored and they want to make a fun experiment for themselves. That's all they want, right? That's the whole point of this whole thing. It's not a battle for or something, it's just like, it's like, no, they want to have some fun, so they are gods, they don't understand that they're not even gods. That's incorrect. They're like sentient sort of avatars of fundamental forces in the universe. But they are immortal and they get bored. So they're like, hey, we've never done this before. Why don't we like get weird? Okay, let's make a planet. Okay, so let's do that. And you know, oh, there's the poop. Okay. All right, Stormy. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stormy, you had a normal poop. It's a miracle. A Christmas miracle. Yeah, it still stinks pretty bad, but she had a like mostly normal poop, honey. Stormy had a mostly normal poop. It wasn't like all diarrhea-y. It was like kind of regular poop shaped. I can't even believe it. That's awesome. That is legit awesome. And it stinks, but not as bad. Oh, my beautiful squirrel girl. Oh, yay. No, I mean seriously, that is such a huge relief. Okay, so that food does work. That food does work. Hi, Naughty. What's up, girl? Oh, are you at work? No. I'm gonna message you. Okay. I'm here. I'm listening. But yeah, so they're just doing this experiment because in my mind, gods, I don't like sort of the concept of gods in a lot of fantasy settings because it's all just the Greek and Roman gods, just over and over and over and over, like gods, but people. I'm like, cool, but I feel like this sort of the psychology is not that interesting if they're just people. Now, I love Hades. I love the way Hades did it, which is like they're messy, but the intensity, but they care at least about each other, if not mortals. You know, they're not as detached. It's very like, hey, we're all immortal, you know. Hey, I was promised hot lizard people. Uh hmm. Hold on, let me Google hot lizard people. Hot lizard people. Do you guys want to see the first result for hot lizard people? Do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see the first image result for hot lizard people? Okay, where is it? Did I not? There he is. Oh my god. Why? Why is that the number one result? Oh, it is a conspiracy thing. The like subtitle for the image um was like Ted Cruz removes skin suit to reveal lizard body. That was the subtitle for the image. So yeah, it's fully like conspiracy nonsense. But that's so funny because that ties in to the whole thing about the Nadras is like it's a kind of a joke about like a bunch of conspiracy theories, and one of them is lizard people. That's why they're the reason they are Dragonborn esque, because they're not Dragonborn. Dragonborn esque is that they are lizard people, because I think it's funny that people think that lizard people are real and run the government. Lizard people is very much a fetish. Oh, for sure. For sure, but I just God, this just cracked me up. I as you heard, actually. But that being the first result when I search for hot lizard people is like disappointing in a way. Ted Cruz looks different. Right? That's not even him. That's Obama. That's Obama. Keep the change, Ted Cruz lizard skin suit body. You know what I'm saying? Fucking owned the libs on that one. I kind of expected the lizard with a BBL. See, if I searched for hot lizard people on like Blue Sky or Reddit or something, you better believe that's what it would be. But in this case, no, Obama. Boop, 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 boop. Sorry. Okay, where was I? Under that lizard, Mitch McConnell. No, Mitch McConnell's a turtle person. Look at the. You see the trouble tail. You see the trouble tail. What's the trouble tail? What are you doing? Look at Shadow's tail. What are you doing, buddy? Oh my god. You made the clip. What clip? Oh, of the lizard, of Obama lizard person? Obviously, I'm saying Obama as a joke. I don't harbor a particular love for what a centrist Obama turned out to be, but he was a damn sight better than what we had before him and after him. So, you know. Like, of presidents since Carter, he was one of the better ones. Carter was the fucking best. JFK would have been the best. That's why they killed him. Because he liked black people. Is honestly the reason. He liked black people, and he was... So JFK was kind of supposed to be... This is my understanding, right? He was supposed to kind of be a Reagan. He was supposed to be like a handsome, charismatic guy who could sell stuff to the American people. And then once he got elected, he was like, no, actually, I think we're going to help people, and I'm going to kind of flip the script on you guys. And they were like, oh, so they shot him in the brain. So that is the story of American politics. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. I know I am. I love it here. Every day I stress about what if one of us gets into a car accident because we'll be financially destroyed. Isn't that exciting? Anyway, anywho, any fucking boodle, kitten caboodle. My lizard people, I'm getting some lovely feedback from Crypt on these. But I'm going to keep talking about lizard people for a while. Spiral. Does anybody watch Spy X Family? Has anybody seen the movie? We saw the movie in theaters. It was a delight. An action-packed delight. Lizard people from Spires. Uncle Bondi, you're too young to know what this is, but every time you say uncle like that, Spice! I think of Jackie Chan Adventures when he goes, Uncle!
Lizard, 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 lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard. Oi! Lizard. Oi! You do realize I've watched that, right? Have you really? Oi! Oi! By the way, guys, fun fact about known cutie patootie, tis Nautilus, okay. All right. Damn, dude. Damn. Weird. She is starting up a Sabathan this weekend. So get fucking hype for Saturday and Sunday and Monday and whatnot. There's gonna be by all accounts there's gonna be some karaoke. There's gonna be some yeah. Last one clearly didn't. I was about to do it. Nice though. Last one clearly didn't last long enough. It seems, as it would seem. But yeah, we're gonna be starting Sabathan this weekend. I'm gonna be there quite a bit. Presumably, I'll be there definitely for karaoke. I'm also gonna be helping. I'm gonna be a guest judge. You guys know how much I love Minecraft and how good I am at Minecraft and how I'm always going on and on about my Minecraft builds and I'm so good at it. And, you know, I'm constantly streaming Minecraft, like aesthetic builds and things that I'm so good at crafting. You guys all know that. I don't need to tell you that. So it makes perfect sense. I will be guest judging a contest in Naughty's Minecraft community server. So get hype about that. It makes perfect sense. Do we know that? Yeah, you super know that. It's real. That's a real thing. That's a real thing that I'm very passionate about. And we all know this. I'm known in the community. Fuck all y'all for playing Java. What? I don't even remember the distinction between the two versions. Honestly, isn't there like a adventure version now? Specifically, yeah, I am what you would call an artist, a Minecraft artist. I make hyper realistic recreations of log cabins from fantasy books and also dick statues. But that being said, I'm gonna be there. I don't know when we're doing that, but I'm gonna be a guest judge with a vote that absolutely counts for this Minecraft build contest, which is I believe the contest is that people in the server, there's a special area where you have until April 27th. So I'm assuming we'll do the judging on like Monday or Tuesday. You have to start. You can start now, anytime between now and then. And your challenge is to create a village from scratch with no previously collected materials used. But you can use tools you have. Somehow I knew of the dick statues before you even said that. Well, I don't think you're in Naughty's Discord, but I have, so I'll let you guys into the joke. But multiple times, hydrate is fair in Murphy, yes. Multiple times now, I've gone in there and sort of seeded the idea that I've been surreptitiously not only in the server somehow without anyone knowing, but also planting special golden dick statues all over the server for people to find, and if they find them, I'll give them a prize. But that's not real. I'm not actually doing that. I don't think anyone believed me anyway, but I thought it was funny. Thank you for the hydrate. So anyway, get excited. Maybe I'll place a sneaky dick statue when I'm doing the judging. But first I got to figure out how to install mods on Minecraft. So that will be exciting. But yeah, get excited for Subathon this weekend. Me and Naughty doing it up old school. We're going to do longer streams. I might do longer streams where like I stream for like 3 to 4 hours and then take a break and have some quiet time and then come back without actually ending stream because she'll still be up and going. So, you know, we're going to get it going. We're going to get her all set up. We're going to get her fucking rocketing straight to the moon. Cat cam? Who said cat cam? Did I say cat cam? I would love to have cat cam, but the cats never seem to like settle in a single place. They love their tree, but that's really hard to have up on stream because of just the way the room is laid out. So you get hand cam instead with occasional cats. Isn't that nice? But look at my mitts. People like that, right? I should moisturize more. Plus there's Christmas lights. I mean, that's what's not to love. Shit, I gotta pee. I'll be back. Sorry, 1 second. All right, I'm back. Say as somebody who's very much not in love with you for obvious reasons. Oh, the way you chose to say that is so hilarious to me. I love that. Hydrate. Hey, bottoms up. I gotcha. Hey, what did the submissives say when they got in the elevator? Bottoms up. Should we day drinking? Yes. Water. So, Sláinte. Is this just like the worst co-working stream ever? My co-working streams are terrible if you were trying to actually study. Oh my god. Would you rather I say because you are married and too old for me? I understand. I get it. But it's so it just made me laugh is all. That's all. It just made me laugh. There's nothing wrong with it. I love it. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Preach. Okay, back again. I had to go open a birdhouse back up because they were back from the south and yelling at me to do so. Love that. Too entertaining and engaging with your audience. Apparently. Real quick Nadraz recap before I pop back over to Mooney's lore for you, Dekitas, so you can go to bed, because I know I said I would do that like an hour ago. So here's the elevator pitch, right? So the Nadraz, or rather, they are created as the Zarathin. When they're created, they are fully formed. They are adults with will and personality and fully formed brains. They are adults, kind of in a mythical sense, like the droplets hit the earth or the world, and then boom, there they are. They exist, fully formed. And there's thousands of them. Let's call it around number 10,000. They fight this war against the Nadraz dragon and the Nadrazin. They win and obliterate them. The Void in creation go, oh, okay, you win this bit. Now let's do this. The dragon got Zarath got super hurt, so we're gonna entomb him inside of a mountain and let him put him in sedation and let him recover. You guys figure it out. Like, they don't do anything for the Zarathin. So the Zarathin can't live without sucking energy out of like other beings. So they don't have anything to suck on. So they entomb themselves in the ground, like deep underground, and go into torpor, kind of Vampire the Masquerade style torpor, and for thousands of years. Void in creation get bored and go, okay, tell you what would be funny. Let's create a bunch of mortals all over the world. And when they wake up, like when the Nadraz, when the Zarathin wake up, and when Zarath wakes up, there'll be a bunch of mortals. Excuse me. A bunch of humans all over the place, because the humans are the most chaotic species we've ever encountered. So they should make it really spicy. Also, Bondi, thoughts on Fortnite? I think my quote on Fortnite was, what is it? It's, what did I say? It was something for troubled children or something. What did I say? It might be in the quotes. I don't think I can search these easily. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. But I'm not a fan. I think you missed my message. I did not miss your message. There's been a lot going on, but I'm going to get to those. The reason I'm doing this recap is so I can get to your message and make those changes. but yeah, so I'll be faster about this. So anyway, Nadraz, go to sleep. Void creation, create humans on the world just to fuck with them later, right? Humans have no idea that any of this happened. All they know is, hey, we exist now, and they have their own, they don't know void and creation exist. They make up their own gods, yada yada. So thousands of years pass, humans establish themselves as the dominant, presence on the planet. Nadrazin wake up and go, oh fuck, humans. We'll tell you what, we could just kill all of you, but let's work together instead, because that's easier for us. And the humans are like, fuck off, and there's some, fighting, but then eventually they establish dominance and go like, we're not gonna enslave and kill you. Look, we just want to be like kinda sorta in charge. You can still have your own governments, it's all fine, right? So there's this weird detente, and then Zarath wakes up and they're like, hey Zarath, guess what? We've already allied ourselves with all the humans, so you work for us now, bitch. Or we will use the humans to collectively destroy you. And Zarath is like, fuck. Fine, I guess. What else am I gonna do? Fine. So it's kind of anticlimactic. For Void and Creation, they're like, oh, they just kind of worked it out. Okay, whatever. And then this is where it gets a little muddy, but time passes. The Nadraz sort of like, they notice, they observe certain things about the way the humans work because they're studying the humans as they govern over them and sort of, guide them in their minds. They are the superior species, so they're like guiding them, right? And they go, you know what? When you guys worship something, it kind of gains power, and that's very interesting. So let's try this. Let's try you worshiping sort of an idea of a person, and then let's, assign a person to be that person, and let's see what that does. And what they find is that makes that person like sort of deific to a point. It imbues them with power. And they take that experiment way too far, and they end up creating the Paragons, which are a set of 5 humans that, Pilot, you're not that far off. Because it's not exactly 40K. There's nuances there, but that's similar. So good eye. But basically, they create these 5 Paragons, and the Paragons establish godhood. Like they become so powerful that they are indistinguishable from, at least let's say, demigods, right? Who's doing the worship to create the Paragons? The Nadraz are directing the humans subtly over generations to worship like certain sort of ideals and sort of like a person potentially, and then they like choose a person to be the recipient of this particular kind of worship. Like this whole thing is engineered by the Nadraz, right? Their entire belief system, all their religion, everything is over the course of hundreds or thousands of years guided by these immortal snake creatures to create religion that the whole world believes in, to an extent. And so they create these little deities, and the demigods, at the moment of their creation, all look at each other and go, you know what? Fuck these guys. And they pachoo off into space. So, whoops. Well, shit. So then the Paragons just fuck off into space, and then Draws are like, okay, weird. Time passes, a lot of time passes, and then the grid opens up to the Nadraz homeworld, and they're like, oh shit, we should check this out. So they start kind of expanding into the grid a little bit. The Paragons, in the meantime, have found a world, conquered it, and then found 4 more worlds like kind of nearby and conquered those. So they have their own like sort of intergalactic empire themselves. And then the Anheim, or windows to the grid, open up around one of their 5 planets. And they go, oh shit, we're getting into this. And they check it out and they go, wait a minute. I smell void magic. I smell Zarathan. And they basically, because what they want to do is return to their home planet and like kind of destroy the people who created them, or establish dominance over them, because part of the reason they left was like, okay, so we're demigods, but like we're in servitude to these immortal snake guys or lizard people. We don't love that. So that's part of the reason they fucked off. So they want to like, if not kill them, you know, they fear them. So they want to kill them or control them. But they're the only ones who can go through space. They don't have spacefaring technology or magic. So they're like, fuck. But then in the grid, now they have a chance to confront their old masters / creators. So they start pouring all their energy into expanding out into the grid, militarization, like gearing up for war. They show up and confront a fledgling Nadraz empire / Zarathan empire. They go, holy shit, we know these guys. They are super dangerous. Everybody gear up. And they start like, again, like militarizing, like really like freaking out and getting as much, because, and they're trying to convince all these worlds that they've made contact with, like, you need to join us. We all need to band together because they're going to take you over. But anyways, love you, Uncle. I'm going to go bug toast you at Rivals. You're on my laptop as normal. Yay. Thank you. Thank you, Bundy. Have fun in Rivals. I know, believe me, and this is the short version of the lore that I'm saying. There's much to talk about. But, so, we're getting to the end here. The Paragons get to like the sector, right, where the Nadraz are near, and they start taking over worlds quickly. Because they have this like awesome ability to transport like troops and everything using their kind of demigodly powers, and it's like relatively short distance compared to being in fucking space. And they start taking over worlds, and everybody in, you know, the Nadrazin kind of side go, okay, fine. You seem to know what this is. You can help us. We'll let you sort of take some control over our operations. And they gear up for war, and they militarize, and it becomes this military industrial complex thing. They get all this stuff prepped for war. They're all ready to go, like fully nuclear on each other. And then, like, in my mind, this is during a war, like an ongoing war with the Paragons. The cube that the Paragons are coming from fucks off and just starts going way super far away into the grid. So all of their supply lines and setup and everything completely fall apart. And the Paragons, you know, they can't they can't do it just themselves, because it's like the Zarath situation. Now that time has passed, because the Nadraz always have time on their side, they've gathered more allies, which makes them more powerful. So they can't just take them down by themselves. So the Paragons basically have to be like, we'll be back. We're gonna get you guys, but and they have to leave. And they, as far as, you know, in the current setting, they're never seen again. Except for one who stayed behind on his, like, Death Star equivalent. But he forgot that the source of his power is his worshippers. So he kind of got, like, stranded on his own ship. And he's one of the characters in the novel that I'm working on. He's kind of one of the antagonists. But he's like way depowered. He's still powerful, but he's more like a really strong sorcerer as compared to like a demigod. So the Paragons fuck off. The whole like empirical network of, again, like material transport, supply lines, economies, militarization, everything just gets massive blue balls, and they're like, oh, okay, shit. Now we've spent like a decade gearing up for this insane war, and it's just not going to happen. So they don't know what to do with each other now, because the Nadraz have like wheedled their way into the power structures of every single world they've come across in the spirit of defending them against the Paragons. So they liberate the worlds that the Paragons had taken, one of which is the homeworld of Adrena, who is one of the two main characters in the novelization. And they, but they don't have the resources to really properly support and integrate these worlds into their sort of network. So like the influence of the Nadraz wanes very quickly, but they are still very much present. The analogy that we used last night when I was talking to a crypt about this was, it's kind of like, imagine that aliens invade and China is in charge, is kind of put in charge of the one world government. Like they take control of the world in order to defend it against the aliens. Now imagine if the aliens sort of fucked off without too much of a fight, and then you have to seize control back from China over the entire world. And like, maybe that happens in a variety of ways in different areas. And even if you succeed, there's still going to be a party headquarters in that capital. There's still going to be like cultural exchange engineering and all that shit. Like, they are not going to let their presence dissipate entirely. They're going to be sewn into the fabric of wherever they've been. I mean, China's a good example because of the specific way that they go through sort of forcible reculturalization and the destruction of, other cultures they deem inferior within their own territory, the Uyghurs, amongst many others. But like the way that they insinuate themselves, the way that specifically communists do, but in this case, I think China is the best example over, say, Russia. But honestly, either could work in this scenario. So like, let's just say a modern communist state, could be Russia, could be China, has control over the world, and then the purpose for them doing that is gone suddenly. And it's like, well, what do we do now? Because nobody wants to be under this one world government anymore. They were only in it for protection, and now they don't need protection. So, I haven't figured out the exact timeline here, but essentially what happens is things devolve. There are, revolutions here and there on different worlds against Zarathan control. Some of them are more successful than others, but what really happens is the Zarathan have been now separated into these smaller groups in order to have a tighter like fist over the whole thing. And these smaller groups have spent so much time in direct contact with other cultures, with other ways of life, with the grid itself, with various magical phenomena that they are fascinated by and have different interpretations of and thoughts about. So basically, they splinter into these different ideological factions that have the same ultimate goal, more or less, but they have extremely different interpretations of like how to go about it, what those goals ultimately mean. their place in the universe and in the grid, and like what reality is and all this stuff. They're sort of they splinter off into these smaller, like deep schisms of philosophy and ideology, and in some cases religion. And that causes eventually a civil war of these factions, because these factions, remember, also control worlds. And if not worlds, then territory. And if not territory, then systems, right? These are deeply entrenched bureaucracies of thought and action that, when they become kind of rudderless, are searching for meaning. Because to the Nadraz, the ultimate meaning is really control. They are immortal. What are they living for? Depends on who you ask. But the general consensus was like, we will guide mortals in their development because we are superior beings. But the reality is they are not superior. They're just, more powerful, and they live forever. And so, like, the setting as it stands is kind of in the midst of civil war kind of ramping up and occurring and being declared. Like, that's like just happened, and sort of the fallout of, okay, so who's on whose side? What is happening? Who's at war with who? People are dying, but why? Like, what is the purpose here? There's a ton of people on all these different worlds and in these different factions who are like, really excited to finally get to use all the military might that they've acquired, but how are they justifying that and all this stuff? Like, there's just a lot of things to consider and get into, and the whole thing is sort of themed in my mind around the social, philosophical, psychological implications around World War I, of like sort of an old world being thrust quite violently into a new world mentality, going from sort of 1800s age of sail, age of exploration, age of, colonization and indoctrination and extermination, to all of a sudden, boom, the world, in this case the grid, is deeply interconnected. These systems depend on each other. You can't just do things the way you used to. You'll get wiped out, and these very old-fashioned thinking Nadraz are kind of like, so in World War I, what happened was, when the war got out of hand in like 1915, I mean, it got out of hand in 1914. That August was horrific. But these generals and these governments slowly realized, as millions of people died and the landscape of Belgium and France was destroyed in some ways forever, what they realized was, these old ways of thinking, not only do they not work, but we're stuck in them, and we have to, like, sometimes violently fight our way past these ways of thinking, or this war is not going to end. Or if it does end, we're going to lose, which is even worse in their minds, right? And like, it becomes a sunk cost fallacy of, we have spent our entire economy and millions of young men's lives for what? We can't just have peace now. The hurt runs too deep. We have to win. And that's not just like one person saying that. That's like the feeling of the people, in these different countries, and it's not universal, but in a lot of the different countries. But it's all about that liminal space of time where, like, you have old-fashioned. Ooh, okay, military history nerd here. I'm in. I'm listening. If it's a civil conflict where it's the same overarching bureaucracy, is fracturing war is not often formally declared. It's more of a rebellious group saying, man, fuck it, we do it live. I think the last one is where it was formally declared war for the fought. or the War of the Roses? I am not as familiar with the War of the Roses. I know I should be because it's like the most famous story of all time. But yeah, I would say it is not like it's not a civil war in the sense of like we are declaring war on each other. It's more like I agree. It's like tensions rise, rebellions occur, conflicts start happening, and what we are in the setting is sort of a snapshot of the chaos of these systems falling apart and no longer serving their purpose, and the inherent instability and suffering that occurs when systems are broken down without a plan to rebuild them or transition properly. War of the Roses series, Succession Crisis of 1480. For sure. I knew it was England, but I wasn't sure of the exact thing. I know I said I would do a quick recap, and it's been 30 minutes of me talking really quickly. But, I mean, that's kind of it. And, by the way, the Qualia, who are sort of the main other character of the story, are a neutral-ish faction of very powerful, if you've been here, you know who they are. Their purpose in this setting and the commentary of the story is to kind of be an outside force that comes in and goes, holy shit, guys, none of this makes any sense. You are doing all of this wrong. Oh my God, I don't even know how we fix this. Like, what are we looking at here? And they're sort of exploring this nonsense and commenting on it, kind of trying to advise on it. They're trying to keep themselves out of, war, because it's not their war, but also they aren't really set up to do military shit for a lot of very valid reasons. Are we talking fiction or current events? The fact that you can't tell is a good sign. That means that there's some verisimilitude to the setup that I have for the setting. But yeah, they are the Qualia are kind of the fictional, the stand-in for me as an autistic person looking at the world my whole life and going, none of this makes sense. Yesn't. Exactly. Like, none of this makes sense. And they have a strong sense of justice, but, they don't have the, individual power to change things, but they have great ideas. And so they are sort of figuring out their place in this universe, because they were created because the Zarathan Empire invaded their world before they existed. So they came to their world. The godling that lives inside of, sleeps inside of, / created their world, had a sort of like the reaction that you would have as a living being when you were wounded. Like, it created antibodies to deal with this infection. And the Qualia are the antibodies. But they're also patterned after humans for various lore reasons. So they push back the Zarathan and destroy a ton of their equipment and stuff in such a violent, overwhelming fashion that the Zarathan are terrified of the Qualia. They are so fuck shit scared of them because they're so powerful on their home world, but they are significantly less powerful out in the grid, but still a force to be reckoned with. But they have no interest in militarizing for various reasons. So that's kind of the setting as it is. That was a lot, but the point of that was to kind of recap it for myself and also to communicate to anyone who's interested sort of my conception of the setting as it stands and how it relates to sort of my feelings on the world and my psychology, and also how that all folds into the narrative of the station story, where a religious pilgrim detransitions from their religion and, you know, kind of finds an unusual form of love they weren't expecting. And, you know, it explores themes of the pointlessness of violence and finding joy and, you know, utilitarian rebellion and how that can work and not work, and like when to take responsibility for others versus when you need to take responsibility for yourself and guard your own happiness. There's a lot of things we'll get into in it. It's also kind of like a Tarkov-esque no man's land setting where violence is everywhere. People are kind of scrabbling and scrounging to get by in a, you know, a space station that is rife for scavenging. So, utilitarian rebellion. I served the Soviet Union. Well, I mean, the Soviets did take over Head Eyes. Exactly. They did take over kind of when Nicholas II was deposed in World War One, because they got control of the military, and they sort of wielded that cudgel to take over everything else. And yeah, I don't know as much about that offhand, but that is my understanding. So anyway, that was a whole thing. Let's jump back into the notes that Crypt has sent me about Mooney's lore, and then we will knock that out, send the final version over to Mooney, and then, you know, figure out where we go from there. Oi! Oh, it's just a Pokeball. I spelled it wrong. Trying to find you a movie. I know I saw that just now. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay, good. You have notes for the very beginning, like, list of images, because I was struggling with that. Also, yes, I can still do quesadillas tonight. No problem. You did say that you liked the intro a lot better, which I super appreciate. For Tsar Nikki, which I believe Kaiser Wilhelm did refer to Tsar Nicholas II in his letters as Cousin Nicky. So that is a legitimate nickname for him. Tsar Nicky made it really easy for soldiers of the White Army to go, man, his fucking blows, let's kill the rich prick and his bleeder son. Yeah. Well, I mean, any monarch makes it easy, sort of ideologically, to make that skip because they're the fucking worst. Hi, Izumi. How you doing? Thank you for your 20-second unanswered prayer to the goat. Izumi, I named the stream today after you. Not the lizard people part. Just taking naps. Because you mentioned that the stream was so relaxing yesterday that it put you to sleep, and I really enjoyed that, so I named the stream in your honor. Oh, speaking of which, it goes quite a lot slower to think about. I'm quite tired, though. Yes, to get his, please go to sleep. Please get some sleep, buddy. You are consciousness's strongest soldier, but everybody's got to relent from time to time. Get some sleep, buddy. You love it. Good, good, good. Okay, so what are the notes? Behind one, I'll make sure I'm on the right. I'll edit the longer version first. Behind one, another life. Okay, so colon there. You know what? I was considering that, but I wasn't sure. Other use darker colors. Colon. Reverend sounds in the gray. Excellent. Okay, also she could feel him slipping as if, okay, let me pop down. Oh, this should be an M dash. The other used darker colors. Oh. I'm not sure how to actually type an M dash in. Oh, just double dash. Okay, that still works. Okay. Cool. Wait, no, if I use an M dash, it's gonna think I'm AI. No. Sleeping can't imagine. Those little slices of death couldn't be me. Okay, so oh, and then I'll pop down to, you know what? Let me change that in the other version as well. Because this is still its own paragraph. Yes. Okay. So great. Got that. You can feel him slipping. Where is that? That's down here, sort of in the middle. You know what? I'm in focus mode. Let me put on the sticker. It's not an M dash, it's just regurgitated originally. You know it, baby. That's slipping. And this one's here. Okay. Feel slipping as if hanging by grip alone from a cliffside. So that's the same. Those fingers. What if instead of those, I just said his for specificity? So, as if hanging by a grip alone from a cliffside, his fingers would release one by one as his wounds made the rock ever more slick. You like that less? Really? You think those is... It sounds too literal? Those refers back to the grip. All right. Listen, I'll trust you on this. It makes sense to me either way, but my brain is not most readers' brains. Make it more clear. It said, all right. Okay, was that it? Was that all the notes? You're lurking while I get some work done to take my daily nap to the stream. Hell yeah. Enjoy your nap. Hey gang, we've gotten a lot done, by the way, for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Usually I've gotten nothing done by now, but we did a full recap of the extant lore, you know, kind of bullet points, and then Adraz changes, and sent over these versions to Crypt and got notes back, and we've integrated the notes, and I think we're done with Mooney's lore, finally. Now, did I say I was going to do a silly little thing and then spend like 3 weeks and an absurd amount of time making it as good as I feel like it could possibly be? Yes. Did I do that? Yes. But that's what I do. That is just simply what I do. So I'm going to go send this to Mooney as the final PDF. Well, she requested a PDF before, but that's not super easy to copy over in anything else. Yeah, we're going to push this fork to prod. How about that? Well, technically the shorter version is a fork. We're going to push both to prod though. Let's see, export. Let's do. I don't even really have a title for this. It's just Mooney's lore. We're gonna push this forward to prod. Is that not? Is that not a thing you would say? Oh. I know fucking GitHub works. Just mained and brought. Alright, alright, alright. Whatever. You know what, I'm gonna make a folder here and just drop all this shit into that. And then, excuse me. Rename this final. Or we'll just call these all final draft. And then call the final just regular final. Call this drafts. Throw all this into that, and then save this as Mooney lore long Go TTV. So I think we want a PDF version. And also an ODT version so she can which version did she want before? I can't remember. Well, it'll work either way. Actually, the recipe base. Which crypt's name is changing colors for a moment? That's fair. We got two crypts hanging out. Next to cigarettes, the entire thing, which is dependency for multiple other dependencies, goes crashing down. Oh no. Okay, so that's the longer one. Now we'll just export the shorter one. As that. Okay, short. PDF. And I know this is riveting, but bear with me. All right, so I will send her just the PDFs. She doesn't need the notes. God damn it. The fuck? Why can't I type that? Also, I swear this guy just did lawn work like 2 days ago. Why is he out there again? Okay, there we go. Okay, great. We got one in the can. Sent. Fucking dunzo, gang. We've written a lore piece and actually sent the motherfucker. And it's done. Now, Naughty's up next. Or we still have to figure out what we're going to do for her. But she's on the list, for sure. It's a short list. But, I may not put that level of effort into every single piece that I do. This was more of a, like I said, more of a scenery / descriptive like tone piece than it was just a story of things happening, which is, it's way harder to write a, you know, more, what is attempting to be a more dreamlike sort of descriptive kind of thing. Way harder than just going, Steve went to the store and had a burger, you know. There's that. I mean, those are the final versions that I'm going to be updating, so I'm going to go ahead and put this in Goat's Masterworks. If anyone would like to read the final version of this, I'm going to post it in the Discord. What did I miss in chat? Does anybody have a mausoleum? A Hudson skin for Ripley. Oh, really? That's fun. I mean, they won't be able to, traditionally they'd use voice actors to approximate people's voices. So if they can't isolate the audio from the movie, they're going to have a sound-alike do it, which is going to be pretty lame, but debating trying DBD for a stream, but I have no one to play with when I stream, and I've never played. I mean, if you think dying a lot and being super confused will be fun, which I know I did when I first started playing, it's fun to play. You could also start straight into killer if you got, you know, if, again, you're fine with failure. I also just realized I never actually titled this. I just sent her Mooney lore long and short without really a title. Because it's, I don't know. Shit, should I title this before I send it over to her? Should I just delete those messages? Huh. It's a tone piece. Yeah, there's not really like a, I don't know, anything to like title it. I'm just going to say Mooney Actius lore piece. Must go. Good luck with the working. Well, thank you, Isaac, for hanging out. No worries. Have a good time doing whatever you're doing. I need to add a tag, actually. Lore. Cool. Got it. Okay. Now I will. New post. There we go. Hey, Faust. Thank you for the lurk, sweetheart. Lore short story. And I'm going to put the PDF. Put both PDFs in there. There we go. Tone piece. I wrote for my good friend Mooney. Intended as a fun way to learn about her aesthetic and ghoulish setting. / lore. Please enjoy. All right, so posting written stuff in Discord is actually really difficult, weirdly, considering it's a text chatting service. So it's just PDFs. What does a PDF actually even look like? It's not intended to be super formatted. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Truly does not have to be fancy. Forgot the laundry. Oh no, like you forgot to move it over to the dryer? I know I heard something rattling around in there earlier. I need to do my own laundry, actually. I am almost out of shirts. And that's no good. Do I actually left any more? I'm pretty sure there's a decent amount of the block cheese left, but I will definitely use all of what's left, at least. If not, you know, additional cheese resources. Cheese sources. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it. Okay. So that's done. Oh, that's nice. Finishing it feels really nice. Been I got weirdly deep into writing that one, and it nice to get it off my shoulders. Great work. Thank you, honey. Yeah, if you'd like to read the piece I've been yapping about for 2 weeks, and a collection of some of my poetry as well is there, and the mix salsa, which I guess, you know, I have to edit that because it's not mix salsa anymore. Can I edit the post? Mix salsa. Here, Mick Hext, aka Mix Salsa X Reaper Leviathan. Now, in that story, I don't really say her name. I think maybe I see it once. Yeah, I mostly just say Mick, or she, or her. So that would be a very easy edit. Okay, done. Great. It's where the esoteric knowledge of the Missouri cheese caves. It's where the Fetty Wops store all the Gooberment cheese. Better than Gooner mint cheese, I tell you what. Wow, it's only been 2.5 hours. This is great. We're getting so much done. Okay. So that's done, and then I think I may, I tell you what. I think I sort of lost like traction and motivation to get the subathon goals done because they felt like they weren't I don't know. They didn't really fit the aesthetic of the stream anymore. I may adjust. I'm going to complete them all, but I may adjust some of them posthumously to sort of like I may replace some of them with like a dramatic reading of the piece I just wrote as in audio form. And maybe some of dramatic readings of like some of the other things I've written, maybe some of the poetry, things like that, instead of the MTG ranked grind stream, maybe we'll do a true hand cam stream where I'm doing like some putting Lego together or something, whatever people do with their hands on stream. It's sort of, like focus much more in on the hands and doing stuff like that, Oh yeah, did it like teleport you, or you crawled out of the TV, right? Because you're the Onryo. Nice. Can Wesker do this too? I don't know. It's like kind of buried in the extension somewhere. What all the options are. Oh, I have 10 Easter eggs. I didn't even realize there was an event shop. Oh shit. Wait, there's one that costs 15? What am I missing here? Do you just... Are Easter eggs when you catch them? You can get an Easter egg? Is that what the eggs are sometimes? Huh. Well, damn, I can get some fancy shit here. But I'll look into that another time. Okay. Before we dive into either extant writ large or the station, probably extant. Just there's a lot of editing I need to do because I can rattle off what I want for the draws now, but I haven't actually written a lot of that down. And what is in there is contradicting everything that I'm saying. So just gotta... I completely forgot to mention the reason the Nadras create the Paragons is because Void in Creation made this world and filled it with humans, and the gods that do exist in their like reality smelled it and were like, oh shit, completely unclaimed planet. I am all over that. They're going to worship, that whole planet's going to worship me. So basically it was this gold rush of deities like sending avatars and messing with people and doing all this crazy shit. So that part is kind of like, it's like a reference to Greek and Roman mythology. And then the Nadras go like, Void in Creation. Oh wait, do Void in Creation create the... God damn it. I mean, I can decide. It's not like it's set in stone. What was it? What do I have it as now? Who actually... Because they basically Void and Creation call for backup from their other friends. Infinity, Entropy, and Law. And they take a direct sort of hand in pushing all the intruder gods out of the world and getting them to worship sort of... Yeah, okay, so this is built in. This works. They get them to worship more like sort of general concepts of gods that they make up. So there aren't actual gods. And there's not like... You know, they're sort of redirecting the energy enough that they're not accidentally going to create one. But they... Yeah, that's right. They sort of insist on the worship of these other gods who don't show up and cause problems. And they... Yeah, so that'll take some adjustment. That actually dovetails really nicely, so that's lucky. But yeah, we're only 2.5 hours in, so I'm gonna... Will, you having fun with the stream avatars? The only reason I didn't make them any bigger is because the nameplates can block out the text in chat, but I guess that's not... Since I fixed the boxes, that's not an issue anymore. What if I make them slightly bigger? Yeah, I think that's better. Make them just ever so slightly larger. Because they were this big. Make them this big? Yeah, that's fine. Well, the nice thing is I've already got intruder gods kind of set up. And like a bunch of lore kind of written already that I can cannibalize and make into the timeline I'm talking about. But you know what you need to do to be able to think good? Oh, wait, I can test this theory real quick. Hold on. So I just caught an egg. Does that mean I got an Easter egg that I can use in the store? Is it every time you catch an egg? No, it's not that. So what the fuck? I'm sure all this is thoroughly explained in the Discord. I guess I just don't feel like reading. You know. Wesker just killed Dredge. Did he? I didn't know that was the thing you could do. That's wild. Oh shit, UF Ollie's got a co-working stream going. Hell yeah. I'll drop a lurk in there. I'll drop some re-lurks here. And then I'm going to go grab... I'm going to take a break for like 5-10 minutes. I'm going to grab some peanut butter and bread and a soda and assemble a little lunch and have a little stretch, and then I'll be back down. And once I'm ingesting some calories, I think we'll be good to go to get into the extant lore and clean up this timeline and get this shit finally going, baby. I will be right back. Thank you so much for your patience in these trying times. Yeah, BRB. Thank you. Bye. 1 second.
Everybody, it's Crypt. I have stolen the mic. I am here, and I'm here because yesterday I watched Jurassic World Rebirth without having seen any of the other Jurassic World movies, so I jumped straight to number 4. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Hi, Will. And this movie, the plot is this evil capitalist wants to cure heart disease. Not any specific heart disease, just heart disease in general. And we know that dinosaurs, they didn't have heart disease. And so they go illegally to get DNA from the biggest dinosaurs.
Hey.
They go because the big dinosaurs, they didn't have heart disease, and we all know that bigger is better.
Are you explaining the plot of
Yes,
Jurassic
I
World
am.
4?
I am.
Oh my god.
Because what was that movie? And then they're like, well, we have this DNA. What if we don't want the bad guy to have it? What if we don't want the bad guy to have it? What do we do?
You know that'll be mine.
I know. I'm doing it for you because I love you. We open source it.
I guess I'll eat my sandwich over here.
We open source it. We'll take the DNA or
On the bed.
somehow sequence it ourselves or let people do it. And then did you know that if you make the base data like that publicly available, then nobody can copyright the medication? Because I didn't know that, and I think most pharmaceutical companies also did not know that. You can't, no patents here, because they got the DNA illegally. Yep, comes from a plant, you can't patent it. Everybody has access to that plant. You can't patent your medication. So that is the takeaway from that movie, is big hearts are healthy. Dinosaurs didn't have heart disease. No, that was not a takeaway. He was bad, dude. Also, if you illegally obtain stuff, then you can absolutely still use it, and that's not going to be a problem. And, yeah. And dinosaurs didn't have heart disease. And also, heart disease is something you can cure in one fell swoop. Yeah, so when the doctors say you have an enlarged heart, that's a good thing. That's apparently better than having a normal-sized to small heart. Also, they inexplicably, it's not just the 3 biggest dinosaurs, they specifically got the biggest one from land, the biggest one from sea, and the biggest one from air, instead of the 3 biggest ones. Humans don't fly. Why do we need a Quetzalcoatlus heart? DNA. Okay, I'm going. Also, he's somehow... he's the science man who was inexplicably rugged. He was like, well, they're flying, so it'd be real hard to aim our magical gun thingy at them to get the DNA, our DNA rocket. It'd be real hard, so instead we're gonna get it from the egg, and he draws a bunch of amniotic fluid from the egg without breaking the egg sac. Pardon me? Where did the liquid come from? Oh, I'm sorry, pilot. Yeah. I'm sure you have arms that can flippity flap and you're fine, but most humans can't fly, from what I understand about them. All right. That has been movie time with Crypt. Don't watch that movie, because it's not even bad enough to be consistently laughing at. Back to Goat.
Oh, hi. She muted, so you guys didn't hear any of that last part. Hi. How was that? Oh No. Fucking outstanding. What? What do you mean what? I'm so funny, normal, and charming. I agree. Dis you a favor. I agree. You diss me a favor for sure. All right. Okay. Food calories are soaking into my body. As you can see, I have some delicious wheat bread and peanut butter. No, honey, no. Don't go into a loop. I'll need to unloop you. Just chill. We do love calories. Now, ironically, this unnamed soda, hashtag not sponsored, has 0 sugar. But the peanut butter has sugar in it, quite a bit, actually. And then I may also sneak a little piece of candy at some point to really fuel those creative energies, you know? What are you doing, Shadow? You okay? Okay. I know they're drinking communist soda. Hashtag love the taste of boot. Also, the idea of hashtag unfollowed is really funny because wouldn't you just unfollow them? What do you mean? What do you mean hashtag unfollowed? What? On it out loud instead of messaging. God, can you take a nap at some point, my love? You seem very tired. And I can tell because you've said specifically multiple times, I'm so tired. No. Okay, great. Well, there you go, guys. I can't find the Wesker specific command, and now I can never be truly happy in life. I'm so sorry to hear that. Let's see if the bot would unfollow. It's too smart for me. Hi, Travis. I'm not seeing anything about the stream app. Wait, I can look at it in stream avatars, but I would have to disconnect the thing. Is it not in actions? Oh, there's no list. Miluk. Rrr. Ladies and gentlemen, Damen und Herren, and everyone in between. That was a joke. Okay. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention is that there's a whole thing about the Doza, which are kind of like, I mean, I don't like comparing my stuff to other things, but think of them as like, you know what, I won't. They are pseudo-immortal magical beings that sort of haunt an area it's tentacle, so it's exclamation point tentacle. What did it do? I didn't see. Did it do it? It just tentacled someone. Oh, good. Wait, do it again. Love that. Wait, Crypt, where did you find that? Does Ghosty have one? I'm assuming he does. Oh, wait, no, wait, he does have one, but what is it? I got him and checked commands. Oh, so it is in the commands thing? Wait, where did you check in commands? Hey! Attack me. How dare you? Oh no! Oh, stalk requires a valid target. So if I stalk Crypt Nouveau, what does that do? It does nothing? I think it's making hearts and stars come out of you, Crypt. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just like near you now. Oh. It It makes me find that person and then drop a bomb at their feet. That's hilarious. That's very silly. Okay. But yeah, the Doza, these immortal, they're kind of, I'm going to say it, they're a little bit like Time Lords because they're not fully immortal. They do sort of regenerate in a similar fashion, but unlike Time Lords, they are magical in nature. They are sort of locked to a specific location that they feel like a strong attachment to. And that's sort of their like home base and nest, and their presence there sort of imbues the area with like deep magic and gives them great power in their space. And if they die, it's a wide range. If they die, some of them retain their memories and become a completely different person, sort of Time Lord-esque. Some of them don't retain their memories. Some of them, it's kind of fuzzy and in between. Some of them just have lived as long as they've been around, so they haven't had to, regenerate. There's a wide variety. And also unlike Time Lords, they don't have a fixed form. They don't just look like people. They can look like a wide variety of things, sort of depending on whatever the nature of their situation is. So in a way, they're kind of a bit like yokai. They're like a combination of like yokai and Time Lords and ghost, like haunt. Like they don't haunt, but you know what I mean. Anyway, they don't super fit the setting of Extant. So I am going to sort of shunt them off into their own setting because I feel like the idea is too good and too big to shoehorn into Extant where it doesn't exactly fit. Exploring the melancholy of immortals. Kind of. That's a lot of what the Nadraz are as well, is like their philosophical schism and moral schism is kind of that immortality coming home to roost sort of, in their minds. But yeah, the Doza, uh and unlike Time Lords, they don't have like a centralized society. They're more like sentient phenomena, kind of, that, much like yokai, have like a very wide variety of forms and goals and personalities and, various things. So, but I love them very much. They've been stuck in my head for a while, but they deserve/need their own setting. And that one is where I want to kind of take, because I think I've accepted that World War I is kind of a special interest of mine, because I actually enjoy learning about it, which is very rare for me. I just need to kind of take more time to do that. And the sort of nastier side of World War I is what I want to explore more in this other world with the Doza. Like, I want their world to be dark and nasty and misty and magical, but in a more esoteric, less graspable, less explained way. And like, life is difficult for everybody, and there's suffering and war, and like, there are gods, but they're very detached, but also demanding, maybe, and sort of, might be the cause of a lot of strife, or maybe it's just phenomenon, though who knows, I don't have a strong concept for it yet, but I have a feeling, and I want the Doza to kind of be the centerpiece of that, rather than sort of a random phenomena in the grid, if that makes sense. You might say, look, well, why wouldn't you want to include them? And the answer is, I tried to include them. I tried to kind of integrate them into the fabric of the setting, and it just didn't really take, because I just want them to be more mysterious than Extant would allow. Because the feeling of Extant is less. There's mysteries for sure, but it's not like, mystery is not the central thesis. The central thesis is kind of that liminal space between time periods, and that the upending of power structures, and like the melancholy of immortality, the nature of cultures interacting with each other, stuff like that, which doesn't quite fit the Doza. So they are going to be their own thing. Do you want mac and cheese? I might make some. I mean, of course, but I mean, yeah, of course I do. World War I was a strange time for warfare, so I see what you're about. Right at the start, right on the start of What's Considered Modern Warfare, with some interesting choices in combat tactics. Yeah, and like, you can look at the Russo-Japanese War that happened just before that, and the what is it, the Spanish-American War? I can't remember. But like, there are some instances of more modern-ish kind of tactics, but the Russo-Japanese War happened on the other side of the world, and the Russians somehow didn't learn enough from that to be effective militarily in World War I, like, by the time that happened. And the first like 2 episodes of Hardcore History on World War I, and by 2 episodes I mean that's like 6 or 7 hours of podcast, are kind of all about like the anachronism of the 2 different sides facing off. Because Germany goes full modern warfare, full bore, like, artillery is the answer. We're going to obliterate these forts with bigger guns and superior supply lines and superior tactics, right? They're actually trying to recreate the result of a previous war where they defeated the French in like a similar kind of maneuver. But when fighting actually starts, it takes like 2 years of horrific losses on both sides and like devastating casualty numbers, truly devastating casualty numbers, especially for the time, because they were completely unprecedented. But it took a while for them to catch up to these new ideas and not just keep doing the same shit over and over and over and over. Sort of like the world accepting all at once that technology is always going to defeat just dudes, right? You can't do superior numbers as a strategy anymore, because even if you win, so many people are going to die that you're still going to lose. Even if it's a victory of attrition, in a larger sense, you're still going to lose. And like I say, it's mostly that the in-between space of kind of these, you know, picture you're on a world. It's a sort of mishmash of kingdoms and dynasties and all that shit in empires like it was on Earth for a very long time. And then windows in the universe open up around your world, and these super advanced aliens that look and sound just like you show up and start saying, hey, we own you now. And they use their superior technology to enforce that. And sort of like the clashing of those things is what I'm interested in. Like, what happens to a society who may rely on the divine right of kings to operate, and then all of a sudden that happens, and it's like, I thought God said you should rule. What is this shit? I mean, it'd be fucking anarchy. Who could have guessed the big-titted Satan has those manly hands? Not a demon. Hi, bayerische Kriegsherr. Jingle. All right. Back in the day, before the backrooms were a thing. Jingle, jingle, jingle. See, now you all get to be on my boobs. Jingle, jingle, jingle. And this is a lurker check as well. I said your favorite words. Pay attention. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. I tell you, the whole like style of my stream changed once I figured out how to record positions and tie them to hotkeys in VTube Studio. That was a sea change. But how you doing? We're working through some big thoughts. And I don't mean curvy ladies. Just kidding, don't call people thoughts. It's rude. Anywho. I gotta get my brain out of this space of like, oh, I did something, now I can relax. I'm not done. I gotta get back into this. Okay. I guess the easiest place to start would be the notes, because I can just look through these now and kind of go, well, that fits or that doesn't fit, you know. Okay, that's when I added recently. Okay, so I already did that. Okay, there's that. That's a good general note. It's a good general note. Should add a general, a text file for the Empire, so I can just put more details about that in there. I don't even think that's, like, accurate anymore, though. See, the Empire is in turmoil with multiple groups of separatists and revolutionaries taking advantage of the post-Paragon War confusion and discontent to disrupt power structures and take control of their worlds. And draws. Oh, I guess that's the schism, which maybe I want to make this a folder. Okay, make that the Empire folder. Put that there. Okay, the schism is all that shit. Yeah, okay. So this would be like a pre-Civil War / theoretical current organization. Barrister Krieg says, tweaking suspiciously, just what are they plotting? Good question. Excellent question. Hmm. Interesting. Drinks caffeine, absurdly tired. 3 hours of sleep, perfectly functional. You may have ADHD. Because, yeah, caffeine makes me sleepy. Caffeine either does nothing, or if I drink enough of it, it just kind of makes my heart beat too loudly. And then, doesn't make me, it never, like, helps me feel awake or anything, like, ever, no matter how much I drink. And nowadays, I need 8 hours of sleep, but back in the day, I feel like I only needed, like, 6, but I could have been wrong and just depressed. Uh-oh, gotta pay the toll. The baby would like some pets. Okay, artificially accelerating your heart rate and having poor fitness makes for the big sleepy. That's true. But I mean, like, my whole life. There was a time in college where I would have coffee at night because I just knew it wasn't going to affect my sleep or anything. Huh? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Ah, Chimchar. That's a cute one. Congratulations on starting your Poke journey. Okay, so the theoretical organization, I actually haven't plotted this out in my head. So Zeroth is, throwing out a title, Emperor of the Grid. Let's just, what would they call him, right? Sure. Well, no, they wouldn't call it the Grid. I still haven't decided what they would call it. Pretty sure a whole bunch of sure, but don't have ADHD. Pretty sure that's a disqualifier for flight rating. I mean, if it doesn't, like, affect your daily life and make studying super difficult, oh. I'm just gonna say Zeroth, comma, Emperor. No, wait. Let's see. Let's do it by designation. So Emperor, Zeroth. And draws / Shadow Council. Well, how would that work? What would be their public-facing thing? Because they would need to be... Why? Talking about what? Yeah, but then that would imply that the humans are also in it, which is not the goal. You're telling me they're not, citizens aren't party members?
I know.
Oh. Sorry, we had to have a potentially embarrassing discussion about how little I know about politics in other countries. So I muted.
Talk to the person who has a master's.
That's truth. It's true. I know how that country works. It's true. I know. Just how it works. Okay, so then you know what? I'll just drop some notes in here. How handle Nadraz as like public shadow council? How be in charge in small numbers, parentheses, kinda like China, sorta. Yeah, still don't have a strong handle on that. Like, there's plenty of examples to pull from. You know, I mean, the nobility in any monarchical system is a pretty good example. Because there's levels to it, you know? There's like layers to it. There's the closer you are to the king, the more influence you have, theoretically. But you know, it's all posturing, it's all for show. In my universe, because they all sort of, but maybe not. There needs to be some kind of. So that's the thing. Unless there are only like 100 Nadras, there's gonna be some kind of hierarchy. So how do you establish that with a group that was created, fully formed all at once, fought together in a war against the other? Do you think maybe that's what it is? Do you think it's like sort of force of personality kind of thing? Yeah. But like, yeah, like they established themselves in this hierarchy during the war, and then it just sort of followed afterwards. And it hasn't really changed in like thousands of years. I could imagine that being true because, well, you've seen it. Well, but the thousands of years thing, I could see that happening because if they have the humans as vassals, there would be a certain level of comfort there, and like, there is no such thing as a legacy. There is no such thing as an heir or like securing your future. Yes, it would stagnate and go super wild to the point of like maybe almost, it's like ancestor worship, but they're still here. Yeah, so but that's what I'm thinking is like
literally trying.
I mean, in our country? Because, well, I'm talking about somebody else who also has shrines all over the country. But yeah, so I mean that makes sense, right? Like, it's sort of it. Well, that's not what I'm worried about. It's more like a soft version of that with a figurehead. So nobody's like vying for the crown. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of sort of agitators taken out of the system where, again, they're not going to die. So they're not worried about their legacy or with their place in history. There's no like pressure to get things done. They're not distracted by other things like producing an heir and the strength of your house and your family and all that stuff. They're not worried about any of that because it doesn't come into play. They're not worried about like, I mean, that right there is a pretty big fucking difference. Because that's all anybody gave a fuck about in, most nobility throughout history. Is all they cared about was, can I have more power? If not, who do I got to kill? If I can't pull that off, like. So I'm thinking like if there's like 10,000 Nadras, because there's got to be enough to send like, I don't know, how small do you think we can get away with? Yeah, and still have them be like in control through force multipliers of systems of bureaucracy. There's a lot of people, but it doesn't start out as a lot of people. When they first subjugate the humans on their home planet, I think it's partially by force, but it's like they show force enough to go, hey, how about we talk about peace, and then sort of dictate the terms. And then later it's through systems, because they would definitely be overwhelmed and destroyed by the sheer number of people that they are. You know what I mean? I'm just wondering. Could I do like 1,000? Dead minimum. Okay. No. It's not like Empire of Man. This is not like Imperium shit. I'm talking about like maybe a dozen planets. Not all of which have a ton of people on it. I mean, the Earth didn't have a ton of people on it until basically 200 years ago. So realistically, an entire planet's population could be less than 1 billion in this setting, which is a lot. But if they have, it's like the snowball effect. Like once they take another planet, now they have 2 planets worth of stuff, but also problems, and then that just keeps multiplying. So I think in my head, like if an actual Nadraz shows up, like if one of the actual members of that group show up to deal with a problem, it's a huge fucking deal. Heads will roll. People are in trouble. You know what I mean? Like I want them to be frightening in that way. Like them walking into the room. Everyone stops talking. Everyone listens to them. What? Oh, yeah. Love that. So, by the way, this is a question that I've been struggling with since the very beginning, which is how many of these fuckers are there actually? But I think we're finally at a point where I can nail that down, solve that problem. So let's say we had 1,000, right? If a world cube only exists at a rate of like 1 every... What was the math I did on that? 1 every 1,000 spaces? It's 0.1%. Where did I put that? There's just a general. Wait, where's the general? Oh, there it is. It just hadn't scrolled up enough. Found it. Yeah, 0.1% world cubes, which is 1 out of every 1,000. So if I just do that math and sort of, let's say 10 worlds, including their own, right? So that's 10,000 spaces. That's a pretty good amount of distance when you can't go all that fast. It's literally nothing compared to the, 7.5 quintillion total spaces, but it would seem like a lot if you can only go, a certain number of spaces a day. Feel like I'm getting a little lost in the sauce. But that's okay. It's good sauce. Just don't want to get too in the weeds. All right. I just want a Pokeball. Sure. Oh, I was too late. That doesn't matter. I spelled it wrong anyway. Yeah, just answering a question adds 400 questions. That's okay. We're honing in here, though. Okay, we'll fill that in about that. Go to the notes and see what can I just. Is there anything I can just delete out of here? Clear my plate a little bit. Yeah, that's not true anymore. That's not true anymore. Okay, I got rid of that. That organization doesn't really make sense anymore. Okay, yeah. No, I've moved off the concept of like houses and stuff. The factions will, I think, sort of decide for themselves as I write this what their whole deal is going to be. Because I might massage the timeline a little bit to make it so like by the time the Civil War actually erupts, like some of these Zarathan have like really spiraled out and really had time to get like high on their own supply in relative isolation. So that by the time they meet up with their fellows again, they're like, "Who are you?" This is a completely different Blizzard. Technology the same? No. It's more like, well, that's the thing, is there's varying levels of technology, but in order to save myself from going completely insane, there's a cap on technology here, at which point it becomes magic. And there's also a lot of things that are just not going to be possible in the setting that I'm setting up. So like there's no like navigator house like there is in 40K that just like, or you know, the Astronomicon that MacGuffin style provides the North Star for every human being in the universe. You know, there's nothing like that. You have to, and communication is very limited. And there's no warp to like zoom in and out of. Like travel is pretty laborious if you are trying to move a lot of cargo or troops or prosecute a war, you know, like it's quite difficult, even though there's no gravity and the air is breathable for most species. It's still like, you know, I want things to be difficult. I don't want things to be too easy. I think it adds character to the setting. But yeah, magic plus incomprehensible horrors, yes. Firearms, no, is the short answer. Damn, it's who? Oh, there it is, Goat. Hey, Notch, how you doing? I've missed you, Goat. Aw. Aw. I'm good. We've gotten a fair amount done today. A lot of it has been sort of thinky, talky stuff, but also some writing. Rambling can steal the third allowed. It is allowed. You didn't say my full name. You said it just there. Well, it's getting hot in here. Mm-hmm. Leg. I know how to be the full name every time. Yes, I'm very strict. Hmm? What? What are you doing? What? What?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about. What did you say? Oh. Yeah, I'm just moving past that. Because that's not how this works.
That's too bad. I'll infect everybody. Cough, cough, cough.
Oh my dear God. Crypt's favorite
I'm
chaos
Death
god
Guard.
is Nurgle.
I'm Death God.
Yeah,
Death
she's
Guard.
Death Guard. She's Gethard. Whatever you said.
Death God.
I gotta fix that damn door. It's so loud. It's so annoying. I think it's just the hinges are too tight. I don't know. I'll fix it tonight. It's been bothering me for weeks. I miss you. How you doing? I'm doing well. I think the writing streams are going well. Seems like people are enjoying them, and I'm finally getting some stuff done. So I'm getting enough done that I would like to try to get a Patreon up and going in the next 2 months. That's my goal. Before my birthday.
Inevitable.
Get fuck off. She just said chaos is inevitable. Solid good, we're good. Thank you. I finished Mooney's lore finally and sent the finished product off to Mooney, so hope she enjoys that. There's not even like a place that she can put that. I just wanted to write it for my friend, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, where are we at here? Okay, Stroll got a bit of cursed, deserted to do. No, that's not true anymore. No, that doesn't work anymore either. Nope, not doing that. That is true. But surely I have that somewhere. No? Okay, so I can... just toss that in there. Casually summoning crit by... Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Mortarion is distinctly the only demon Primarch who is hated both by the Emperor and his Chaos God. Whoever is on your stream, yes, I encourage the chaos. Well, that would be my wife. That'd be Crypt.
We all know that Tempest is actually Nurgle's baby. Morty's kind of on the outs. I love my hypocrite.
Okay, no, we got rid of that. I feel like that's not necessarily as true anymore.
Yeah, no. I'm Crypt and we're married.
We're married. I did not know this lore. Yeah, we've been married for 7 years, and we were together for 6 more before that. Lucky number 13.
Were you quizzing
Yeah, I was quizzing you. Do you remember our love?
Yes, I was here for it.
Oh, good. I was frightened. What if she forgot our love? That's what happens when you're me. You live in the corner with no questions asked. You miss things. I mean, I do refer to her as my wife and moderator on a daily basis.
Say that, you know? I have multiple.
Oh yeah, that's true. People do say, yeah. But yes, we are legally and spiritually married. What do you... Ah! Yeah. In fairness. That is fair. And frankly commendable. Okay, so I can cannibalize a little bit of these notes. It's kind of... I had this concept of like, how would their religion work? Because from their perspective, they were created by Zerath. That is not what happened, but they think that's what happened. So he's their creator, but they definitely don't worship him. I think he's a stinky booty butt. You know what? Actually, all of these concepts are based on a version of events that is no longer true. Except for one. So I'm just going to delete everything but the names here. Actually, that one would work. Sacrifice of nope, that one doesn't work anymore. Well, also can't call it that because that's just the name. Kill it drives more than 10. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. So I can put part of this in the schism section. Let's make a note. Potential faction seeds and names. Throw that down there. See, part of the problem, committable to deployment, you got to support the goat more. You are all good. It is all good. I actually made a post last night on Blue Sky, and I mean this. It just says, you know, if you show up and say hi, great. I feel supported. You know? If you want to hang out, love that. If you want to go the extra mile and, you know, spread the word and... What? Oh, Max being a baby. And like share posts and tell your friends and stuff. Hey, love that as well. You know, it's just whatever you feel up to doing is all good. Is that like unfocusing off my hands? That's... I'm me, good as a stretch now. I'll tell Naughty Mooney, Bondi, or JC I said that. I will not pass it along, but I do hope you're okay. The woes of writing something that is set in the era of linear musket warfare, accidentally saying rifle and meaning musket, because they're separate things. That's true. Well, wasn't there rifling in the barrels of certain muskets as they were developing quote-unquote rifles? Or as soon as you rifle the barrel, is it a rifle now? Because I feel like they had the muskets and then they started rifling those barrels. I could be wrong. Could be totally wrong on this. So like the second they did that, is that a rifle now? Or is it still a musket with a rifled barrel and rifles are something else? I feel like you would know this. I'm okay, just saying good is overrating me.
Everybody likes to call Notch a good egg.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you a bad boy? What's up?
There's something else I was going to say. I don't remember what it was.
That's okay. Are you going to take a nap?
I laid it. I'll try again.
With me yapping in the same room? Go
You're
lay down in the
sleepy,
dark,
you're
quiet place.
comfy.
That's
I'll
not
think
true.
But I was going to say maybe I'll do a sleep deprived stream when I hit.
I don't want you doing sleep deprived anything. Go lay down.
But I'm so funny.
You're very funny all the time. Go lay down.
I still haven't eaten food because I'm too tired to eat.
Good, just lay down. Oh, caring for a spouse can be complicated sometimes. So you got to put your foot down and say, "Go lay down." You know. Nice try. The voice doesn't work on me. Damn. What voice would work on you? Old prospector? Nerd? What's your thing? So a musket is specifically a smooth bore. When you add rifling, it becomes a rifle. Okay, so that was my question. So thank you. Yeah, so as soon as you rifle it, it's a rifle. Got it. Very good at keeping defenses up and letting nothing through. Haha. Have you ever listened to Pink Floyd's The Wall? I would recommend. As someone who has been in a similar spot. Ooh, different types of musket. Okay. Wheel lock, sure. Matchlock, arquebus. I love me an arquebus. Flintlock and percussion lock, cap and ball. For sure, for sure. Not a huge Pink Floyd guy though. Motorhead, Metallica for me. I would highly recommend taking a little time. And even if you're not a huge Pink Floyd guy, give that album a chance. That and Dark Side of the Moon if you're feeling a little more trippy, but The Wall is more specific and it's more clear in its metaphor. And the metaphor is basically just being a man with a lot of feelings that are kind of trapped on the other side of a wall and, you know, his personal journey with dealing with that and everything. It's, it's a whole thing. But that album was very, very personally important to me when I was a teenager. Because I was... Oh, God!
Cryptic Pilot just subscribed.
Thank you, Cryptic Pilot. I'm so glad you're enjoying your time here. That's lovely. You haven't even been here that long. That's very flattering. Thank you so much. As we're fresh and accidentally been smote by the adverts, this cannot continue. Agreed. Thank you for the sub. Fucking sweetheart. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Oh, we reached 10 overall subs this month, I assume. Something like that. You got it, Pilot. I'll back off. You got it. I gotta tell you, Notch, I was a huge Metallica fan when I was a kid, but I liked Load and Reload. Those were my favorite albums as a kid, and they still are. I don't like their thrash albums as much. I liked the 90s rebrand because that was the first thing of theirs that I experienced, and I've never really enjoyed thrash metal. So I enjoyed Load and Reload and the Black Album. The Black Album was really big for me. And then anything before and after that, not my favorite. Saint Anger was one of the biggest disappointments I've ever had. I bought that CD like day one. I was so excited for it. I listened to it all the way through once and then threw it in the trash. Now, there was a time skip there. I listened to it all the way through once, put it in my CD wallet, and then I think many years later threw it away. Because what I should have done is just returned it to the store. But I was like, I'll give this entire album a listen all the way through. If there's not a single, I didn't like a single song, I just said, fuck it. Just never again. Awful. CD wallet? Okay, Ancient One. Yeah. That's like part of the whole thing of my stream is I'm old as fuck. Sorry. Partial thrash. I know you are. And I like some of it, but not all of it. Okay, did I already take the Doza out of this timeline? I must have. Okay, so the Paragons I should probably put right under the Zerothan Empire just for better mental organization. Yeah, man. If you don't know the joy of being 16 and pulling up to your high school blasting System of a Down was a consistent favorite of mine in the parking lot to sort of announce to people who you are. I mean, I don't know, man. I thought I was making quite a statement by loudly playing System of a Down with all my windows open as I pulled up to school. Well, before they had Bluetooth cassettes, they did have cassettes you could still plug into your phone with like an 1/8 inch jack. I believe was how that worked. Yeah, I think it was an 1/8 inch jack. JC, hi. Uh-oh. 69 times. Ayo. Ayo. Hey, girl. Hey. Congratulations on 60. Oh no, I booby bumped all your emotes off the screen. Congrats on 69. Prayers to the goat. Let's speak of the tech heresy of aux cassettes. What do you mean? What's the problem with those? the sort of like off main stream technology that came around during the CD era and like, you know, leading up to that. So all the sort of transitional times between audio mediums, there's a lot of like lost tech, not lost, but like obscure technology from that period that you could do some pretty interesting things with. And I would include the like combination video game consoles in that. Where you could like run a CD, like the Sega CD that came out before the Sega Saturn, and Nintendo's like aborted disc-based system that they were working on after the NES, or sorry, the SNES. Very interesting, like one-off kind of products that in their time frame would have been extremely useful and interesting to have, but are obviously long past their usefulness. I could do that? Yeah, man. Remember backwards compatibility? Oh, what a dream that was. Crypt very lovingly bought me a PS4 a few years ago so I could play Bloodborne. Other than that, I have not bought a system since the PS3, I want to say. What is this backwards compatibility you speak of? Basically, you have to beg the machine spirit to yeah, I said you bought me a PS4 very, very generously so I could play Bloodborne. Before that, the last system I bought was a PS3, I do believe. I've never owned an Xbox in any form. And I do have a Nintendo 3DS XL, and so does Crypt. Crypt has a fancy one, actually. And also, we did get a Switch. So like more mobile stuff. And I would love to have a Stream Deck. I would love a Stream Deck. But that's a bunch of money, and I can't even afford to pay our health insurance. So, ha 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 ha. Not so focused on the Stream Deck of it all. Oh, and Spider-Man. I played the fuck out of Spider-Man and Control on the PS4. We had a ton of fun with those games. I didn't really get into Bloodborne at the time, which I should have, but I was like so stressed out in such a specific way I couldn't handle playing Souls-like games. It was very weird. I can now, obviously, and I'd love to go back, but, you know, whoops. I have some fun ideas for this timeline as well. You guys haven't even heard about yet, which is like, so the humans go through these really traumatic sort of historical periods on the Nadra's home world because they have a whole era of like several thousand years where they just kind of exist. There are no gods. There are no excuse me, really anything for them to actually worship. So they make up their own gods, and it's called the Age of Idolatry in retrospect, because they have, you know, and like I have kind of placeholders for a kingdom that is based on the Sumerian Empire. One that's based on the Old Kingdom of Egypt, one that's based kind of loosely on the Han Dynasty, one that's based loosely on ancient Greece. I don't know anything about any of those things. I will have to learn to flesh those out, but that's like kind of the idea. And then, so the Age of Idolatry, so there's the Age of Mortals. Oh no, right, sorry, that's the Age of Mortals. So before any gods start fucking around, that's the Age of Mortals. Then the Age of Idolatry occurs, and the Age of Idolatry is where that's when the gods from around the universe start to like filter in and try to, you know, snag worshippers from the population, and that lasts about 1,000 years, and it's fucking anarchy. It's like temples rise and fall, obscure gods create footholds in the wilderness, dark and evil gods manipulate the chaotic beings underground, which we haven't even talked about yet, and drive them to the surface. Monsters are pressed ganged into service to gods of the wild. Holy wars and crusades are waged, yada yada yada. Until finally, the void and creation get sick of sort of these shitheads messing with their experiment. So they go, okay, we're going to take control. And they ask infinity and entropy and law. Or is it just infinity? Yeah, all of them. Yeah, all three of them. And they basically work together to subtly push out worship of these actual gods and replace it with conceptual worship based on gods that they made up that don't actually exist. Until eventually they kind of establish this one world religion and all the other gods are abolished. And then that kind of leads us into the Paragon situation. I feel like I'm lost in the sauce here. I'm just sort of retreading the same ground. I'm not really typing things anymore, which is a bad sign. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, one of the things that happens when the Civil War starts to kind of break out is that Zarath, the dragon that's been their like figurehead puppet leader for thousands and thousands of years, goes, oh, this is my fucking chance. And he basically consolidates power on their homeworld. And while most of them are away, kind of rallies the population to his cause and declares the Nadraz traitors and says like, I am the true emperor. They have been, you know, kind of just like tells everybody the truth. Like they've been focus. I read the focus and said focus. They've been forcing me to, you know, be a mouthpiece for them for all this time. I am the true leader. This is, you know, this is what we should do. Da 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 da. So like he probably kills the ones that are left behind in a major betrayal and kind of takes over their home world while they are all too distracted to do anything about it, which cuts them all off even more from each other and causes them to get even more spun out and crazy. And more like, okay, we got to quadruple down. We got to fix this. We got to get back and defeat, you know. I guess that would result in cooperation. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe like, Bad news for you, pilot. I did take my Adderall this morning. It's just basically worn off already because I metabolize medication very quickly. Please buy the latest version of Windows. It is the same as the previous version, but has bubbly icons. Yeah. Archmagos build the Fort World Gates. You know what? Bill Gates would be an Archmagos because he would be the kind of piece of shit who could advance politically in the technocracy. Like he would just do whatever it takes to get more power. Maybe I can say that that does happen, but everyone has spun out so far into the grid and sort of established themselves as independent enough from the homeworld that by the time that he makes that move, they don't feel the same pull that they would have early on. Like they have their own goals now, they have their own different things, and there's no way any of them can cooperate. They're already kind of at war with each other. Yeah. It's just part of the reason I aspire a lot about this setting is like I've made it large enough to be as complicated as I want it to be. But sometimes what you end up with when you're world building is, I mean, it's the kind of complexity is decided by perspective. Because if you're looking at a blade of grass, it doesn't look that complex, but if you zoom all the way in, it's complex as fuck. You know, so the question really becomes how much detail is necessary to properly fill in the world for the story you're trying to tell, which makes me think it is time to move on to the station and get working on that. Yeah. 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 Just had to update something while I'm thinking about it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think it's time to focus up on the station and let the story I want to tell with that inform anything else I want to change about the current setup for the grid. That being said, I might be out of writing spoons today because it's getting fucking hot in here, and I'm just losing my train of thought. Above and beyond just, you know, having ADD. Made multiple dead gods, but not the religious iconography for them. Curse of being an atheist. Yeah, that's fair. Also, me, an atheist. Even having been a believer at one point in my life, I still don't understand how a lot of that stuff functions. But hey, you know, that's my cross to bear. Ha 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 ha. I'll tell you what, I'm going to step away from the desk for a second, have a little bit of a stretch, hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. See if I can get my brain right. If I can't get my brain right, I might just like play Dead Cells for the last 40 minutes or something. We'll see what happens. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I don't know. What do I do here? Like, in theory, I could maybe get something done, but I'm kind of getting back into like, it feels like a whole thing. And I haven't really read this since I wrote in it like a while ago, so there's some emotional, like, I might have to work through and getting back into this. So I'll tell you what, for today, we got a lot of work done. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we got a lot of work done. Sort of crystallizing things. I think for the last 30 minutes, because I do 5 hours a day. So I think for the last 30 minutes, I might just play Dead Cells. Just clear my brain a little bit. You know? What do you think? Sound good? Wait, save slot. This would be 2 was the last time I... Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I can play the daily challenge. Let's try that. I've gotten through this the last couple of times. I do like the scepter. Smoke bomb 2, knife dance. Ooh, bleeding? Sure. Oh, that's a trigger thing. Okay. Okay, just gotta get in the mindset here. Okay, not bad, not bad. Oh. Oh, what the fuck was that? That was weird. Okay. That's weird. Oh, fuck off. Where was the boss? This way, right? Yeah. Let's try this way. Oh, shit. Okay, wait, is this way? Aha. What am I stuck on? Oh, okay. Turns the wall is what I was stuck on. How does this one work? Oh, not bad. What is that? Critically for less than 50%? Okay. Wait, curse lifted. I was under a curse? I realize that shit. Good weak ass curse. Oh god. There we go. Nice. That's probably good enough, right? Let's go for it. Probably not ideal, but let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, started off with that one. Oh, he's starting off with that one. Okay. Is that all you've got? We'll have to try a bit harder next time. Woo! Oh, I wasn't even looking at the time. I only had 11 seconds left. Okay, we did it. Not bad. Wait, no. I guess you guys don't give a fuck if I stick to the same save slot I was in when I started on stream. Who cares? Is this loud enough, by the way? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're good. Almost maybe too loud. Yeah, that seems fine. It's still like almost as loud as I am. That's better. Now, this is probably going to be a bad run. Because I'm not too grand with the old, whip. I gotta get this distance calculated in my head. Or I could just brute force it. Yep. Now those being poisoned is fucking dope. Oh shit, come on, come on, come on. Oh dear God. Nice. Nice. Would you get up there? Oh shit. I love the egg thing. It's so stupid. Get down. Made it. Oh, I didn't get enough kills though. That's fine. Made the 2 minutes. Almost enough kills. There just weren't enough fucking enemies. Okay, we do love the bleeding. I don't know if this is the right move, because the whip does have range. But we'll see, I guess. Mutations for this. A critical, no. I mean, that's always solid. Oh shit, straight to the bank? Nah. Also, am I on a run after killing the... I don't even remember. Uh-oh. Probably remember that. Sure. Still don't know what this does exactly. Say anything different now? Nope. Ooh, it's a good ass sword. Shit. Oh, you little fucking penis. You little fucking penis. Ooh. Holy water. Nah. Wait, so how do you get up to that shit? Oh. Sneaky. Oh, use the battle cry. +1 to attack. Penis. Penis! Yeah, that's pretty common. Pretty common battle cry. I can't believe you've never heard it before. Sorry, man. That's pretty normal. No. Ooh, almost got me there, fucker. How did I not kill you? That annoys me. Come on. Nope. No, that's the 2 door. Tries to grab dicks. I mean, kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, isn't it? Yelling penis or dicks. no, because I've got a weird, like, bleed synergy going on right now. Oh, fuck my actual ass. That's so annoying. When it rains, it pours, huh? I was doing perfectly well, and then I just started fucking up so hard. Now, why do I have all 3 Gardener's keys? I don't know. I still don't know what that's for. I think I've done it before. I still don't know what it's for. It's like some special thing. Oh, it's you. Hmm? No answer. Yes, but the enemy doth not know if I'm really proclaiming what I am into. Oh! Of course. Oh! I've never actually tried to hide under one of those before. Well, whatever, we're learning. Been through this area 400 times, we're still learning. 400, like 20. Because maybe don't know if I'm going to be whatever, call them dicks. Maybe I may confuse them. True. That is true. I don't know if y'all play this game much, but my favorite weapon by far is the rapier. The ability to always, always do critical hits after you dash, or sorry, dodge is so fucking dope. What? I must have done another run and died and forgot about it. It's alright. Rapier mentioned I'm a fencer. You're actually not alone. Crypt also enjoys fencing. There she is. She's supposed to be taking a nap, but here she is. Plus 80% damage to a poison target. Passive. Oh! Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with that. Sure. Frozen target, big shoot an arrow, biters. That's good enough. Combo is good. Let's try it. Scarlet, hey, what's up? Kind of ran out of writing spoons today, so we're just having a little Dead Cells time to round it out, you know? Oh, fucking hell, it caught me on the backswing, huh? What the fuck? Asshole. Oh, what the fuck ass bitch? That was weird. cursed treasure. No, no. Not right now. Oh, you fucking kidding me? God, I'm losing more. I swear to God, the streaming curse is so real. I'm doing worse than I have on like my previous 7 runs. Also haven't gotten very many upgrades at all, so that's nice. Here. Somehow I doubt this damage over time build I have is gonna... Oh, what the fuck? Why were you even firing? I wasn't even there. It's because of the biters? Oh, it just keeps going. I didn't realize it would go past where they used to be. Oh, come on. God, I'm it's so fucked. God. Might just have to stop talking. Okay, this is a fucking... Have some chicken eggs, motherfucker. Oh, and this is the item? God. That's some ass piss. Oh, whoa, whoa. The hell, man? Blowgun blueprint. Little. I can talk. Woo, what a level. Okay. Oh, I missed a scroll. That's unfortunate. Why didn't you hatch the first time? Aha. No! Nope. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Got him that fucking time. Damn. Huh. Yep. 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 Oh god. Oh fuck my freaking. Fuck my freaking. Oh freaking. Fuck my freaking. This is more than I've struggled legitimately in a very long time. Where the fuck's the fucking exit? Oh. Right. Oh, alright, I can just go through here, grab that. Da, da, da. Are you shitting my actual dick right now? How are these fucking things getting this much damage off on me? It's actually fucking crazy? Oh, you guys are getting into it about fencing, hell yeah. I still got 60 kills without taking damage in that level? How? How? The Rabia! Aha! I can't believe I found you. I'm so happy. Okay. Yes, wonderful. Wonderful. I love it. Okay, well now we're looking at, I mean, necromancy's good. I'm not doing anything with frozen stuff. I really gotta unlock some more mutations. I think it's really holding me back from doing more specific builds. I think I'll do with this boss. Then maybe a little bit of the next level and then call it a stream. What do you guys think? How does this boss work? I don't remember. Oh yeah, this asshole. Ah, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh shit. Oh, I forgot to explode. I forgot to explode. I'm dead. I can't believe I just died to that fucking shit. I've never died to that boss before. Maybe once. That's so embarrassing. Oh, I forgot that that fucking boss shit explodes. I forgot. That's fucking pathetic. Hate it. Hate it. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, war spear. I mean, I do hate that other weapon, so sure. Well, I mean, that hurts a lot, but... Okay, so that one just always leads to that one. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay, hip. Damn, it sucks to have, like, no speed available. Oi! Hey, Helly, how you doing? Oh, shit. I was gonna try... I didn't realize this is what I'm doing. Hey, we did it. We got under 2 minutes and got 30 kills without taking any damage, which means you get 40 bonus cells and 2 items. Ooh, heavy crossbow is crazy style. Oh. That's not worth it. Don't really like the holy water. What does a reload do? Next shot inflicts a critical hit. You know what? We'll keep this in the backpack and we'll try it. I've never used this weapon before. Let's see how it goes. Hey, thank you for your 107th prayer. Let's go. Preesh, 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 and definitely gonna need this. So let's give that a try. Almost 50 cells in just a few minutes, not bad. Oh, you have to upgrade each? That's silly. Okay, so I guess I'll take the one that is ranged attacks. Because, I mean... No, I'm not going to the bank. Let's try this. God, that's so slow. That's so insanely slow. I don't know about this. Appears to do a lot of damage. But that's the only way I can attack. Ugh. Oh god! Oh! Hold on. Shit. Ooh. Oh, that would be so good, though. If they burn when they die, and... Oh my god, that's so, like... That's so, like, built in. Okay, so I gotta... Yeah. Oh, fuck my ass. I can't believe that just happened. Is it gonna send me somewhere super weird, or what's the deal here? Just a shop, but I can't afford anything, so bye. Double bye. Oh, we're at 5 hours. Shit. I mean, when I'm playing Dead Cells, the time just goes away a little bit, you know? Sometimes it gets away from me. I don't know what to tell you. So that's nice. Yep. No overtime cutscenes in that cable. Don't worry, don't worry. Yep. Okay, so it doesn't, but then once they die, God, so it's gonna be insanely effective against groups. Like that. Help! Nope. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. Spikinisi. Spakanose. Oh, you sneaky motherfucker. Prison deaths. I'll tell you what, I'll make that decision another time. Let's call it good for today. Shall we? All right. Well. That's not what I meant to hit. Wait, Anamanaguchi made the Miku song? Are you serious? Like the original, like the Miku song? Aha! That's crazy, I didn't know that. Awesome, good for them. Fucking chiptune music final boss, Anamanaguchi made the Miku song. That's so awesome. Good for them. I love that. Well, I don't hate this song now because I know Anamanaguchi made it. Okay. All right, who's around? Sorry, I'm going to find somebody. Good call. Sometimes I forget, although I think everyone but the two crypts are lurking at this point, so I don't know how many like active raiders we're gonna get. Hey raiders, hey, lurker check, everybody. Anybody out there? I'm ending stream. Can you guys sense the jingles from across the internet? Yo, there's one, buddy. Okay, so does anybody play Dead Cells anymore? Nope, just me. We're the #1 Dead Cells in the Dead Cells category. That's so funny. Hey you, I'm talking Miku, you, hey you, I'm talking Miku. All right, I'm casting about. In my spoonless state, I can't remember who we've raided into lately. So please find it in your hearts, somewhere deep within your cockles, to forgive me if you would be so kind. You were number 1 Bugsnax. You're always number 1 Bugsnax in my heart, my love. Who's around? It seems like a nice lady. Do a quick vibe check. Oh, she sounds like all right, posh lady. Yeah, let's go meet this new friend. Ain't it, bruv? Okay, there we go. Our raid started. Oh, damn. She's got an almost P90 Oni. Let's go say hi to Rose Ski _ Is she right past the South Londoner? There's a difference in the accents, lol. Lol. Yeah, I don't know. She sounds fancy. Seems like a right lovely lady. A lovely bird. There was once upon a time, like 20 years ago, I was decent in accents, but I haven't practiced them since I was a teenager. So, you know, maybe I should work on that at some point. If I'm touting myself as some sort of voice actor, maybe I should actually learn how to do some accents. I don't know. Maybe I should just be like H. John Benjamin and just do the same voice for every single role, no matter what. Just do it super well. We'll see. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. I will reorganize my thoughts and we will jump straight into novel writing tomorrow. Join that Discord if you're feeling froggy. It's full of good friends, good vibes, and safe for work memes, and just a little bit of not safe for work art. And also my writing stuff is collected there. We talk about Dead by Daylight. It's a good time. So if anybody's here and not in the Discord, I would encourage you to do that. I'll be back tomorrow. Get ready for this weekend. We're going to have some good times with Nautilus, and I'm going to force Crypt to stream at some point, I would hope. I'll see you then. Bye!
Roseski _ just followed. My hat is like a shark's fin.